You are not a person. You are a bundle of suppressions, a volcano that has forgotten how to erupt. You try to sit silently like a Buddha, but your silence is just a thin, fake layer over a screaming madness. I tell you, forget the holy poses and become a storm, a chaos, a total explosion. Breathe as if your life depends on it. Break every rhythm of your lungs and let the old you be shattered into pieces. Only when your mind is totally exhausted by its own insanity will it finally step aside to let the light in. This is not a prayer. This is a surgical strike on your own ego. My beloved ones, I see you. I see your exhaustion. I see the heavy burden you carry in your eyes, and I see how your very nerves are vibrating with a tension that has become so habitual you no longer even recognize it as pain. You call it life, you call it work, you call it responsibility, but I call it a slow suicide. Your nervous system was never designed to carry the weight of the entire world. Yet here you are, trying to manage the unmanageable, trying to think your way out of a trap that was built by the mind itself. You ask me how to reset this delicate instrument, how to find a moment of stillness in this hurricane. You want a brain reset, a way to start fresh. And I tell you, it is possible. It is not only possible, it is your birthright. But you cannot do it by being good, and you cannot do it by being quiet in the way the world taught you to be quiet. That forced silence is just more tension. If you sit still while your insides are screaming, you are not meditating. You are simply suppressing the scream. And that suppression is what is destroying your nervous system. If you feel this resonance in your heart as we begin this journey together, I invite you to subscribe to this channel and stay with me. This is not just a video, it is a gathering of souls looking for the truth. By subscribing, you ensure that this vibration continues to reach you and others who are thirsty for this silence. Look at a child. A child's nervous system is liquid. It flows. When a child is angry, they are total anger. They scream, they kick, they turn red, and a moment later the anger is gone and they are laughing. There is no residue. Their nervous system has reset naturally because they did not hold back. But you have been told from the cradle to behave, to control yourself, to be civil. So when the anger came, you swallowed it. When the sadness came, you choked it down. When the joy came, you even moderated that, lest people think you are mad. Where do you think all those unlived emotions go? They don't disappear. They are stored in your muscles, in your tissues, and most importantly, in your nervous system. Your brain is like a computer that has 10,000 tabs open at once, and you are wondering why it is crashing. You are trying to find peace while sitting on a volcano of repressed energy. This is why I have created methods that involve chaos. To reset the nervous system, we must first allow the system to express everything it has been forced to hide. We call it active meditation. If you find value in these insights and wish to support the energy of this work, you can use the Super Thanks button. Your contributions act as a bridge, allowing these teachings to be preserved and shared with the millions who are still lost in the noise of the mind. The first step to resetting your nervous system is to understand that the mind is a beautiful servant but a dangerous master. Right now, your master is exhausted. Your brain is constantly on, scanning for threats, calculating the future, regretting the past. To reset, you must learn the art of dropping the mind entirely for a while, not by force, but by understanding. When I talk about resetting the nervous system in 60 minutes, I am talking about a surgical strike on your conditioning. We start with the body. The body is the visible part of the soul. You cannot reach the soul if the body is a knot of tension. This is why, in the first stages of my dynamic meditation, I ask you to breathe chaotically. Why chaotic? Because the mind is logic. If you breathe rhythmically, the mind can control it. But if you breathe chaotically, without any pattern, the mind becomes confused. It doesn't know what to do. And in that confusion, the grip of the mind on your nervous system loosens. As you listen to these words, if you feel a shift in your awareness, please leave a comment below. Share what you are feeling in this moment. Your comments create a community of seekers, and your engagement helps the YouTube algorithm find those who are desperately seeking this reset. The chaos of the breath begins to stir the stagnant energy in your body. It is like shaking a bottle of water that has dirt settled at the bottom. To clean it, you must first shake it. All those years of no, all those years of I shouldn't, all those years of what will they think, they begin to surface. And then I tell you to explode, to act out everything you have ever felt. If you want to scream, scream. If you want to jump, jump. If you want to cry, cry. This is the catharsis. This is the most scientific way to clear the nervous system. You are literally purging the toxins of society from your cells. In those moments of total expression, the brain reset is happening. The old neural pathways of suppression are being bypassed. You are returning to the state of the child, but with the awareness of an adult. Many of you ask how you can go deeper into these techniques outside of these short moments we spend together. For those who are ready to commit, I highly recommend looking into our ebooks. They contain the specific maps and instructions for these meditations, allowing you to practice them in the sanctuary of your own home. You can find the links in the description. Investing in your own consciousness is the greatest gift you can give yourself. Once the catharsis is complete, once you have thrown everything out, something miraculous happens. A vacuum is created, and nature abhors a vacuum. Into that space, silence rushes in. Not a silence you have practiced, but a silence that happens to you. This is the moment where the nervous system truly resets. The nerves, which were like taut violin strings about to snap, suddenly go limp. They relax. The brain, which was overheated, suddenly feels a cool breeze. But remember, this is not a one-time event. You have spent 30, 40, 50 years building your tensions. You cannot expect them to vanish forever in 1 hour if you then return to the same unconscious patterns. It is a process of unlearning. To support this journey and to walk alongside other seekers, consider joining our community by clicking the join button. As a member, you get closer access to this energy and help us sustain this oasis of meditation in a world that is increasingly becoming a desert. You see, the nervous system is the bridge between the outer and the inner. If the bridge is cluttered with traffic, with thoughts, anxieties, and memories, you can never cross to the inner. You remain stuck on the shore of the world. The reset I am proposing is a clearing of the bridge. When the bridge is clear, you can simply walk across, and on the other side, there is no nervous system, because there is no other. There is only a vast oceanic consciousness. In this hour, we move from the chaotic to the expressive, and finally to the silent witnessing. This witnessing is the ultimate reset. It is the realization that you are not the body, you are not the mind, and you are not the nervous system. You are the one who is aware of all of them. When you stand as a witness, the nervous system begins to function at its peak because it is no longer being interfered with by the ego. The ego is the noise in the system. When the ego is absent, the system is silent. If you find this video helpful, please share it with someone you love. There are so many people today living on the edge of a nervous breakdown, and a single word of truth can be the anchor they need. By sharing, you become a vehicle for this light. The modern world is obsessed with doing. You are told that if you are not doing something, you are wasting time. But I tell you, the most precious thing you can do is to learn how to be. Being is the reset. In the middle of your 60 minutes, after the storm of the chaos has passed, there is a stage where I ask you to just stop, to freeze like a statue. In that sudden stillness, the contrast is so great that your entire being is sucked into awareness. The energy that was moving outward in the chaos is suddenly trapped inside. It has nowhere to go. It begins to circulate within you, healing the very nerves it once strained. It is like a fountain that was spraying water everywhere, suddenly turning inward and filling its own basin. This is the brain reset in its purest form. You are not adding anything new. You are simply returning to your source. Think of your nervous system as a mirror. Over the years, the dust of experience has settled on it. The mirror is still there. It is still perfect, but it can no longer reflect anything because of the dust. All the therapies, all the medicines, all the stress management techniques, they are like trying to clean the mirror with a dirty cloth. You just move the dust around. Meditation is the realization that you are the mirror, not the dust. And in that realization, the dust simply falls away. As we move deeper into this understanding, I want to remind you that your support makes this possible. Whether it is through a super thanks, a membership join, or simply by liking this video, you are part of this movement toward a more conscious humanity. Every gesture of support helps us bring more of these discourses to light. The reason you feel so fried is that you are trying to control things that are beyond your control. Your nervous system is trying to manage the opinions of others, the economy, the past, the future. It is an impossible task. The reset happens the moment you say, I am not in control and I don't need to be. This is what I mean by surrender. Surrender is not a weakness, it is the ultimate strength. It is the strength to let go of the illusions that are strangling you. When you surrender, the nervous system can finally rest. It says, "Ah, finally, I can just be a biological instrument again." It doesn't have to be a shield, it doesn't have to be a weapon. It can just be. And when it is just being, it has a tremendous capacity for joy, for sensitivity, for love. You have been using your nerves to protect yourself, but in doing so, you have made yourself numb. You have sacrificed your sensitivity for security. But there is no security in the world, only insecurity. Once you accept that, you become fearless. And a fearless nervous system is a healthy nervous system. Let's talk about the specific mechanics of how this 60-minute reset works in your daily life. You don't need a temple. You don't need a mountain top. You just need your own presence. In the first 15 minutes, you allow the body to shake. I often tell my snot-nosed disciples, shake. Don't do the shaking. Allow it to happen. When you allow the shaking, you are telling your nervous system that it is okay to let go of its rigid structure. You are melting the ice. If you are enjoying this journey, don't forget to hit the like button. It tells me that you are with me, that you are listening with your heart. And it helps this message reach more people who are drowning in their own stress. The shaking is like a rhythmic prayer of the body. It loosens the joints, it releases the breath, and it begins to move the energy that has been stuck in the base of your spine. Most people's energy is stuck there, in the center of survival and fear. By shaking, you are coaxing that energy to rise. And as it rises, it passes through the different centers of your being, cleaning and resetting each one as it goes. By the time it reaches your heart, you feel a lightness you haven't felt in years. By the time it reaches your head, the brain reset is complete. I see you there, wondering if this is really for you. You think you are too busy, too logical, or perhaps too broken. But I tell you, no one is too broken for meditation. In fact, it is only when you realize you are broken that the search for wholeness can begin. This 60-minute process is for the person who is at the end of their rope. It is for the person who has tried everything else and found it wanting. This is the beauty of the first person experience. I am not giving you a theory. I am giving you a door. You have to be the one to walk through it. But I am standing here holding it open for you. And if you want to help me keep this door open for others, remember that every super thanks and every new member who joins us through the join button provides the resources needed to keep this light burning. This shaking is a deep biological rebellion because society wants you to be a statue, but a dead statue, a stiff statue. From the moment you are born, you are taught to be still, to be quiet, to be good. But that stillness is not the stillness of a Buddha. It is the stillness of a symmetry. When I tell you to sit, I am asking you to bring life back to the parts of you that have been dead for decades. Your nervous system is like a series of wires that have become rusted and brittle. The shaking is the current that moves through those wires, breaking off the rust, making the connections flexible again. You feel the vibration in your hands, in your shoulders, in your pelvis. Do not try to direct it. If you try to direct it, you are still in the mind. The mind is a control freak. It wants to know, how am I shaking? Do I look stupid? Am I doing it right? Forget all that nonsense. There is no right way to shake. There is only your way. Let the body take over. For 15 minutes, let the body be the master and the mind be the servant. The mind will tell you it is tired. The mind will tell you this is boring. The mind will tell you that you have better things to do. Ignore it. The mind is simply afraid of losing its grip on you. As the shaking intensifies, you will feel a heat rising. This is the reset happening. The brain is beginning to let go of its obsessive need to monitor every single nerve ending. It is a surrender to the biological intelligence of the organism. When the shaking stops and we move into the second stage, the dancing, it is not a performance. It is a celebration of the fact that you are still alive despite everything the world has done to dampen your spirit. You dance like a madman. Why? Because the world is so sane that it has become insane. The only way to find your true sanity is to go through a period of conscious madness. In this dance, every cell of your nervous system is participating. You are no longer a person dancing. You are the dance itself. There is a point in total dancing where the dancer disappears. There is only movement. And in that movement, the brain's default mode network, the part of you that is always thinking about me, simply shuts down. It doesn't have the bandwidth to maintain the ego and the total dance at the same time. This is the moment of the brain reset. The system is overwhelmed with joy, And in that overwhelming, the old patterns of anxiety cannot survive. You have to understand that your nervous system is an electrical circuit. It carries messages, but most of those messages are spam. They are junk mail from your past, from your parents, from your teachers, from the news. Your brain is constantly processing this junk mail and it is exhausted. When you dance totally, you are flushing the system. You are hitting the delete all button on the junk mail of the soul. The brain suddenly finds itself with an enormous amount of free energy. This energy, which was being used to suppress your emotions and manage your anxieties, is now available for something else. It is available for awareness. Then comes the third stage, which is perhaps the most misunderstood but the most vital for a deep nervous system reset. We use the sound who, who, who. This is a Sufi technique that I have adapted for the modern man. Why this sound? Because it is a deep guttural sound that hits the very center of your being, the hara, located just below the navel. Your nervous system is rooted in the hara. When you shout who with your arms raised, you are sending a shock wave directly to the source of your life energy. Most of you live only in your heads. Your energy is all clustered around the brain. Like a traffic jam in a big city, the who sound acts like a siren that clears the traffic. It pulls the energy down from the overstimulated brain and sends it back to the roots. For 15 minutes, you become a hammer. Each who is a blow to the ego. It is a blow to the conditioning. You are literally hammering your way back to your own center. You will feel a thud in your sex center. Do not be afraid of it. This is where your vitality is stored. Society has taught you to be afraid of this center, to repress it, to feel guilty about it. But a reset nervous system is a vital nervous system. You cannot have a quiet mind if you have a repressed body. The who sound bridges the gap between the animal and the divine within you. It harmonizes the lower centers with the higher centers. And then the most crucial moment of the entire 60 minutes happens. I shout, stop. In that moment, you become a statue. You don't move a muscle. You don't even adjust your hair or wipe the sweat from your eyes. You stay exactly as you are, in whatever position you found yourself. Why is this so powerful for the nervous system? Because of the contrast. You have gone from total movement, total sound, total chaos to absolute stillness. This is a physiological shock. The brain, which was prepared for more movement, is suddenly forced into a state of absolute witnessing. In this stillness, you are not doing anything, you are just there. And for the first time, you might hear the silence that has always been behind the noise. Your nervous system, which has been screaming for attention, suddenly goes quiet. It is like a motor that has been running at red line for hours and is suddenly switched off. The silence is deafening, but it is a healing silence. In this stop stage, the brain begins to rewire itself. It moves from the fight or flight modes, the sympathetic nervous system, into the rest and digest modes, the parasympathetic nervous system. The modern human lives almost 24/7 in the sympathetic modes. You are always ready to fight or run. Even when you are lying in bed, your mind is fighting an imaginary boss or running from an imaginary failure. This is why you are so tired. Your battery is never allowed to recharge. The 60-minute reset forces the battery to discharge completely so that it can then be recharged from the cosmic source. In the stillness of the stop, you are plugged back into the universe. People often ask me, Osho, why can't I just sit silently for an hour? Why all this jumping and screaming? And I tell them, because you are not a Buddha yet. You are a modern, stressed out, neurotic human being. If you sit silently, your mind will just chatter more loudly. You will be silently thinking about your grocery list or your taxes. You need the chaos to exhaust the mind. You need to tire out the ego so that it is too weak to interfere with the silence. The silence must be earned through the storm. Think about the atmosphere. Sometimes it becomes heavy, humid, and unbearable. The air is still, but it is a stale stillness. Then a thunderstorm comes. There is lightning, there is wind, there is a downpour. It is chaotic, yes. It is loud, yes. But after the storm, have you noticed the air? It is fresh, it is cool, it is vibrant. The trees look greener, the dust is gone. That is what this 60-minute process does for your nervous system. It is a psychic thunderstorm. It washes away the humidity of your worries and the dust of your conditioning. You must understand that the brain is not just a biological organ, it is a social organ. It has been programmed by society to function in a certain way. Society does not want you to be relaxed. A relaxed person cannot be exploited. A relaxed person is not a good consumer. A relaxed person is not interested in power or prestige. Society needs you to be tense, ambitious, and anxious. It needs your nervous system to be on edge so that it can sell you solutions to that edge. I am not interested in selling you a solution. I am interested in showing you that the problem is an artificial creation. When you go through this reset, you are stepping out of the social game. You are saying, I am not a cog in your machine. I am a living, breathing, pulsing mystery. This realization itself is the greatest reset of all. The brain realizes it doesn't have to keep up with the Joneses. It doesn't have to be successful in the eyes of others. It just has to be harmonious within itself. Look at your life. You are constantly bombarded by light and sounds. Your phones are buzzing, your screens are flickering, your cities are roaring, your nervous system is being hammered by a million stimuli every day. In the time of Gautam Buddha, a person might hear a loud noise once a week. Now you hear a loud noise every 10 seconds. Your brain is trying to protect you by numbing itself, by building walls of tension. But those walls also keep the joy out. They keep the love out. They keep the life out. The reset is about breaking those walls. It is about becoming vulnerable again. A healthy nervous system is a vulnerable nervous system. It is sensitive to the wind, to the sun, to the look in a friend's eye. If you are not sensitive, you are not alive. You are just a biological robot, and robots don't need a reset. They just need a technician. But you are not a robot. You are a soul. In the final 15 minutes of the 60-minute process, we lie down. We disappear. We become like a hollow bamboo. The energy that was stirred up in the shaking, expressed in the dancing, and hammered in the who, is now allowed to settle. It is like a glass of muddy water that is left alone. Eventually, the mud settles to the bottom and the water becomes crystal clear. This clarity is your natural state. It is not something you have to achieve. It is something you have to allow. During this final stage, don't try to meditate. Don't try to think about God or enlightenment. Just lie there. If thoughts come, let them pass like clouds in the sky. You are the sky, not the clouds. Your nervous system is now in a state of dynamic passivity. It is alert but it is relaxed. It is ready for anything, but it is seeking nothing. This is the state of Zorba the Buddha. You are grounded in the earth, in the body, but your head is touching the stars. Most people are either Zorbas, people who are only interested in the body and the world, whose nervous systems are constantly overstimulated by pleasure and pain. Or they are Buddhas, people who try to escape the body and the world, whose nervous systems become repressed and dry. I want you to be both. I want your nervous system to be capable of the greatest earthly pleasures and the deepest spiritual silences. This 60-minute reset is the bridge. It honors the body's need for expression and the soul's need for silence. As you lie there in those final minutes, you will feel a strange sensation. It is as if you are melting. The boundaries of your body seem to blur. You don't know where you end and the floor begins. This is a sign that the brain's orientation association area, the part that tells you where you are in space, has also taken a break. This is the ego dissolution. Without the ego to defend, the nervous system can finally let go of its last bit of tension. You are safe. You are home. When you finally open your eyes after the hour is over, the world will look different. It's not that the world has changed, it's that your windows have been cleaned. The colors will seem brighter. The sounds will seem more musical. You will feel a sense of gratitude that has no object. You are just grateful to be. Your nervous system is now reset to its original settings, the settings of wonder, of curiosity, and of peace. This is the secret of the brain reset. It is not a chemical change, though chemicals in the brain do change. It is a change in your relationship with yourself. You have moved from being a victim of your nerves to being the master of your energy. And once you know how to do this, you can do it anytime. You don't always need 60 minutes. Once you know the flavor of this reset, you can find it in a single breath. But in the beginning, you must give yourself this hour. You must give yourself the gift of your own presence. The mind is a beautiful instrument, but it is also a graveyard of the past. Every trauma you have experienced, every heartbreak, every no that was screamed at you when you were a child, it's all recorded there. Your nervous system is like a tape recorder that is constantly playing back these old tapes. Even when you think you are relaxing on a beach, The tapes are still playing in the background. You are not good enough. You should be doing more. What if this happens? This is why modern relaxation is a failure. You take your mind with you to the beach. The 60-minute reset is a way to degauss the tape. It's a way to wipe the recordings clean. Through the chaotic breath and the catharsis, you are creating so much internal noise and movement that the old tapes can't be heard. And in the silence that follows, you realize that the tapes were never you. They were just recordings. You are the silence in which the recordings were made. This realization is the ultimate neurological healing. It releases the grip of the past on your physiology. Your muscles begin to uncoil. Your digestion improves. Your sleep becomes deep and dreamless. Why? Because the brain is no longer on high alert, trying to solve problems that happened 20 years ago. It is finally in the present, and the present is the only place where the nervous system can truly rest. If you look at the animals, they know this instinctively. Have you ever seen a duck get into a fight with another duck? They flap their wings, they splash around, they make a lot of noise, and then, a moment later, they flap their wings one last time and swim away in opposite directions. They have shaken off the stress. They don't go back to their nests and think, I can't believe he said that to me. I am going to get him tomorrow. Their nervous systems return to zero immediately. But you don't flap your wings. You hold the fight in your heart for years. You turn the fight into an ulcer, into a migraine, into a burnout. I am teaching you how to flap your wings. I am teaching you how to be as uncivilized as a duck for 60 minutes so that you can be truly human for the rest of the day. True civilization is not the suppression of the animal, it is the transformation of the animal. You cannot transform what you have locked in a cage. You must first let the animal out, let it dance, let it scream, and then, in the silence of the stop, the animal is transformed into the meditator. This is the alchemy of the nervous system. We are turning the lead of tension into the gold of consciousness. And it doesn't take lifetimes of sitting in a cave. It takes 60 minutes of total intensity. Intensity is the key. If you are lukewarm, nothing will happen. You can shake lukewarmly for 100 years and your nervous system will remain the same. You must be a total shaker. You must be a total dancer. You must whoo with everything you've got. When you are total, the ego cannot exist. The ego can only exist in the split. When you are doing one thing but thinking about another. When you are total, the split disappears. And when the split disappears, the tension disappears. Tension is nothing but a split in your being. You want to be here, but the mind wants to be there. You want to do this, but the mind says you should do that. This tug of war is what fries your nerves. In the 60-minute reset, there is no tug of war. There is only the total act. This is why I call it the first and last freedom. Meditation is the first freedom because it frees you from the tyranny of your own mind. And it is the last freedom because there is nothing beyond it. Once you are free from the mind, you are free from everything. You are free to live, free to love, and free to die without fear. Your nervous system becomes a clear channel for the divine energy of the universe. And don't worry about what others will think. If you are worried about your neighbors hearing you scream or seeing you shake, you are still a slave. Your nervous system is still being controlled by them. For these 60 minutes, they do not exist. Only you and your energy exist. Be selfish. This selfishness is the most altruistic thing you can do. Because if you are relaxed, if you are at peace, if your nervous system is reset, you will bring peace to everyone you touch. You cannot give what you do not have. If you are a bundle of nerves, you will only give nerves to your children, to your spouse, to your colleagues. If you are a pool of silence, you will give silence. The world needs pools of silence more than ever. It doesn't need more activists who are as stressed as the people they are fighting. It needs people who have reset themselves, who have found their own center. From that center, a different kind of action arises. An action that is not born of tension, but of compassion. An action that is not a reaction, but a response. To respond to life, your nervous system must be clear. A reaction is when the past dictates your present. Someone says something and you get angry. That is a reaction. The old tape is playing. A response is when you look at the situation as it is in the present and act from your awareness. To do this, the brain reset is essential. You must clear the old tapes so that you can hear the music of the present moment. So tonight or tomorrow morning, give yourself this hour, lock the door, turn off the phone, forget the world, become a storm, become a dance, become a shout, and then become a silence. you will find that you are not the person who walked into that room 60 minutes ago. The person who walked in was a burden. The person who walks out is a light. And remember, the mind will try to make this a routine. It will try to make it a duty. Don't let it. Every time you do it, let it be the first time. Let it be a discovery. Your nervous system is a vast, unexplored territory. Every time you dive in, you will find new depths, new tensions to release, and new silences to enjoy. There is no end to this journey because there is no end to you. You are as infinite as the stars, and your nervous system is the bridge to that infinity. People often think that meditation is something spiritual, far away from the body. But I tell you, meditation is the most physical thing there is. It is about the breath. It is about the blood. It is about the nerves. If your body is not in a state of ease, your spirit cannot be in a state of grace. Disease is just that, dis-ease. You are not at ease. The 60-minute reset is the return to ease. It is the end of the war with yourself. And when the war ends, the celebration begins. Life is not a problem to be solved. It is a mystery to be lived. But you cannot live the mystery if you are too busy solving the problems of your mind. Reset the brain and the problems vanish. They don't get solved. They just lose their importance. You see them for what they are. Tiny ripples on the surface of a deep, vast ocean. And you are the ocean. Stay with this feeling. Let these words sink into your cells, not just your ears. Your nervous system knows the truth of what I am saying. It is vibrating in recognition. It is saying, yes, finally, this is what I have been waiting for. Don't let the mind talk you out of it. The mind is a small thing. Life is a big thing. Choose life. Choose the reset. Choose the silence. And you must understand that this silence is not something you do. It is something that happens when the doer is exhausted. Your nervous system is tired of being a doer. It is tired of always being the one to manage, to protect, to project. When I say brain reset, I am talking about shifting the very foundation of your existence from the brain to the heart, and from the heart to the hara, the center of your being. The brain is only a small part of you, but it has become a dictator. It has taken over the whole house. The reset is about putting the dictator back in its place as a useful servant. Have you noticed how your thoughts are almost always about the past or the future? The past is dead and the future is unborn. Your nervous system is constantly reacting to ghosts. You are fighting battles that are already over, are preparing for wars that will never happen. This keeps your nerves in a state of chronic inflammation. Physically, your brain is firing signals of danger when there is no danger. You are sitting in a comfortable chair, but your nervous system thinks you are being chased by a tiger because you are thinking about your bank balance or a conversation you had 3 years ago. This is the insanity of the modern mind. To reset this, you need a technique that bypasses the intellect entirely. One of the most beautiful methods for this is gibberish. I call it a brain reset through nonsense. For 15 minutes, you just speak nonsense. Don't use any language you know. Just make sounds. Lala, kaka, mumu, gaga. Why is this so effective? Because your brain is a meaning-making machine. It is always trying to make sense of things. When you speak gibberish, the brain is baffled. It cannot find a pattern. It cannot find a meaning. In that state of nonsense, the logical centers of the brain begin to relax. They give up. They say, "This person has gone mad. I cannot help them anymore." And in that giving up, the tension is released. You are throwing out all the accumulated garbage of your thoughts without having to analyze them. You don't need a psychoanalyst to tell you why you are angry. You just need to scream gabbada babba for 10 minutes. You are venting the pressure without reinforcing the story behind the pressure. The story is the trap. The energy of the emotion is the reality. After 15 minutes of gibberish, when you sit in silence, the brain is stunned. It is quiet. It is like a storm that has blown itself out. Your nervous system feels a profound relief because it is no longer being asked to hold on to a story. You are just a biological organism, breathing, pulsing, adjusting. This is the state of a reset brain. It is fresh, like a blank sheet of paper. You see, the nervous system is not separate from your soul. It is the bridge. If the bridge is shaking, the soul cannot be steady. If the bridge is covered in fog, the soul cannot see. By clearing the wires of the nervous system, you are clearing the way for the divine to enter. Meditation is not an escape from the body. It is a deep dive into the body. The more you are in your body, the less you are in your mind. And the less you are in your mind, the more you are in the truth. The problem is that you have been taught to live from the neck up. You have become head heavy. It is as if you are walking on your hands with your feet in the air. This is why you feel so much pressure in your skull. Your nervous system is literally overloaded at the top. The reset is about bringing the energy back down. Shaking, dancing, and shouting are all ways to pull the energy down into the legs, into the feet, into the earth. When you are grounded, your nervous system is stable. A tree with deep roots doesn't worry about the wind, but a person with no roots, living only in their head, is terrified of every little breeze. Understand the chemistry of your stress. When you are tense, your body produces cortisol and adrenaline. These are emergency chemicals. They are meant to be used for a few minutes to save your life, but you are producing them all day long. You are literally marinating your brain in stress chemicals. No wonder you feel burnt out. No wonder your memory is failing. No wonder you feel a sense of impending doom. Your nervous system is being poisoned by your own thoughts. The 60-minute process is a biological antidote. Through intense physical movement, you burn off these stress chemicals. You use the adrenaline for the dance. You use the cortisol for the shaking. You are clearing the pipes. By the time you get to the silent stage, your blood chemistry has changed. Your brain is now producing endorphins and serotonin, the chemicals of peace and well-being. This is a brain reset that you can actually feel in your marrow. It is not a philosophy. It is a physiological transformation. Many of you try to find peace through thinking about peace. But that is just more thinking. You cannot think your way into silence. You can only do your way into exhaustion and let the silence happen. The mind is a circle. It always comes back to the same place. Meditation is a tangent. It moves you out of the circle. This is why my methods are so strange to the traditional mind. They are designed to break the circle. They are designed to give your nervous system a shock that moves it onto a new track. Think of your nervous system as a musical instrument. If the strings are too tight, they will break. If they are too loose, they will not play music. Most of you have strings that are so tight they are screaming. My methods are a way to tune the instrument. We loosen the pegs of the ego and the intellect. We let the body find its own natural rhythm. When the instrument is tuned, life becomes a psalm. The same world that seemed like a burden suddenly seems like a miracle. The same people who annoyed you suddenly seem like fellow travelers on a mysterious journey. You must be patient with yourself. This reset is a process of unwinding. You have been winding yourself up for years. You are like a clock that has been overwound. You need to let the gears spin out. This is what the catharsis is. It's the gears spinning out. At first, it might feel overwhelming. You might feel more disturbed than before, but this is a good sign. It means the dust is being stirred up so it can be cleared. Do not stop because it is uncomfortable. The discomfort is the old tension leaving your system. Your nervous system has a memory. It remembers every time you were told to shut up, every time you were shamed, every time you felt small. This memory is not just in your head, it is in your posture, in your breathing, in the way you hold your jaw. When you do the 60-minute reset, you are rewriting this memory. You are telling your nervous system it is safe to be big, it is safe to be loud, it is safe to be silent, it is safe to be me. This is the ultimate freedom. It is the freedom from the self that society gave you. In the first person, I am telling you, I have seen thousands of people transform through these methods. I have seen the grey people, the ones whose eyes were dead and whose nerves were fried, become vibrant and full of light. It doesn't take much. It just takes a little courage to be mad for an hour so that you can be sane for the other 23. The world will tell you that you are crazy for shaking and shouting. But look at the sane world. It is full of war, greed, and misery. If that is sanity, then I choose madness any day. Your brain is a miracle of evolution, but it is currently being used as a storage unit for junk. Every advertisement you see, every piece of gossip you hear, every useless fact you learn, it's all cluttering up the system. The reset is like clearing the cache on your computer. It gives you back your processing power. It allows you to see things clearly again, without the filter of your prejudices and fears. When the nervous system is clear, your perception is direct. You see a flower and you actually see the flower. You don't just see the word flower. You feel its life, its fragrance, its presence. This direct perception is what it means to be a Buddha. A Buddha is simply a person whose nervous system is no longer cluttered by the past. A Buddha is a reset human being, and you have the same potential. The only difference is that the Buddha has let go of the clutter, and you are still clinging to it. You are clinging to your suffering because it is familiar. You are clinging to your tension because you think it is your personality. But tension is not your personality. It is just a habit, and habits can be broken. The nervous system is also the gateway to the superconscious. Just as there is a subconscious where you store your traumas, there is a superconscious where your highest potential resides. But to reach the superconscious, you must pass through the nervous system. If the nervous system is blocked by stress, the higher energy cannot flow. It's like a lamp that has a clogged wire. The electricity is there, but the light cannot shine. The 60-minute reset unclogs the wire. It allows the light of your own consciousness to flood your brain. This is why, after a deep meditation, people often say they feel reborn. It's not just a metaphor. Physiologically, you are different. Your neurons are firing in a more harmonious pattern. Your heart rate is coherent. Your breath is deep and rhythmic. You have returned to the original phase, the state you were in before the world told you who you should be. This is the brain reset you have been looking for. It is not found in a pill, and it is not found in a vacation. It is found in the willingness to face your own energy and let it move. Do not be a spectator of your life. Be a participant. Dive into the chaos and you will find the silence. This is the law of life. The deeper the roots go into the dark earth, the higher the branches reach into the light. The more you allow your dark side, your anger, your chaos, your madness to be expressed and cleared, the more your light side, your peace, your joy, your love will flourish. Your nervous system is a bridge to the infinite. Don't let it be a cage. For 60 minutes, breathe the bars. Let the energy flow. Become a river. A river is never old. It is always fresh because it is always moving. When you stop moving, you become a stagnant pool. And a stagnant pool becomes a breeding ground for disease, for tension, for anxiety, for depression. Keep the energy moving. That is the secret of a youthful nervous system. Look at the people who have meditated for years. Their bodies may age, but their eyes remain young. Their nervous systems remain sensitive. They can still feel the wonder of a sunrise or the touch of a hand. This sensitivity is the true wealth. If you have lost your sensitivity, you have lost everything. The brain reset is the path back to that sensitivity. It is the path back to yourself. So let the mind chatter if it must, but don't listen. Listen instead to the rhythm of your heart. Listen to the vibration of your cells. They are singing a song of life, but the mind's noise is drowning it out. Through the reset, you lower the volume of the mind and turn up the volume of the soul. And when the soul speaks, the whole nervous system relaxes into a state of aha. This aha is the moment of enlightenment. It is the moment you realize that there is nothing to achieve and nowhere to go. You are already there. You have always been there. You were just too tense to notice. This realization is the ultimate brain reset. It is the realization that the problem was just a thought and you are not your thoughts. You are the space in which the thoughts occur. And that space is always silent. That space is always at peace. That space is your true home. In your daily life, try to carry a little bit of this reset with you. When you feel the tension rising, when you feel your breath becoming shallow, when you feel the wires of your neck tightening, just stop. For 1 minute, shake your hands, breathe deeply, remember the silence. You don't always need the full 60 minutes to remind yourself of the truth. But the 60 minutes is the training ground. It builds the muscle of awareness. And don't be discouraged if the tension comes back. It has been your friend for a long time. It won't leave without a fight. But every time you do the reset, the tension loses its power. It becomes thinner, more transparent. Eventually, it becomes so thin that the light of your awareness shines right through it. This is the state of transparency. You are in the world, but not of it. You have a nervous system, but it is no longer your master. You are the master. This is the message I have for you today. It is a simple message, but it is the most difficult thing in the world because it requires you to let go of your control. But what has that control given you? Only stress and exhaustion. Let go. Falling into the silence is the most beautiful accident that can happen to a human being. And the 60-minute reset is simply a way to make yourself accident prone. The brain is like a mirror, and the nervous system is the frame. If the frame is twisted, The mirror will give a distorted image. We are straightening the frame. We are polishing the mirror. And when the mirror is polished, it doesn't create the sun, it simply reflects it. The sun is always there. The peace is always there. The brain reset is just the process of clearing the dust so that the peace can be seen. May you find the courage to be chaotic. May you find the strength to be silent, and may your nervous system become a flute through which the divine can play its song. This is my wish for you. This is why I speak. Not to give you more information for your brain, but to give you a fire that will burn away the useless and leave only the essential. Remember, you are not a work in progress. You are a masterpiece that has been covered in mud. The mud is the tension. The mud is the anxiety. The brain reset is the water that washes the mud away. And once the mud is gone, you don't have to do anything to be a masterpiece. You just have to be. This being is enough. It is more than enough. It is the very purpose of existence. To be here, now, awake, alive, and relaxed. This is the definition of a healthy nervous system. This is the definition of a reset brain. This is the definition of a human being. This state of being, this isness, is the ground from which all healing arises. You must understand that the nervous system is not just a collection of biological wires. It is a sensitive antenna. It is meant to receive the signals of the universe, the vibrations of the stars, the music of existence. But your antenna is currently covered in the rust of social conditioning and the static of your own constant thinking. When the static is too loud, you cannot hear the music. You think the music has stopped, but the music is eternal. It is your receiver that is broken. When you sit in the silence after the storm of catharsis, you are repairing the receiver. You are allowing the nerves to find their natural equilibrium. In physics, there is a concept called entropy, the tendency of systems to move toward disorder. Your mind is in a state of high entropy. It is chaotic in a destructive way. Meditation is the introduction of neg entropy, a higher order that arises out of the chaos. By consciously entering the chaos, you exhaust the destructive energy, leaving behind a crystalline order. This is the true meaning of a brain reset. You are not just going back to the old order. You are moving into a higher state of functioning. Consider the way you breathe. Your breath is the remote control for your nervous system. When you are anxious, your breath is shallow and fast. When you are angry, it is ragged. When you are in deep sleep, it is slow and rhythmic. By changing your breath, you can change the state of your brain. In the first stage of the reset, the chaotic breathing is a way to break the lock that the mind has on the breath. The mind cannot control chaos, it can only control patterns. By breathing without a pattern, you are pulling the plug on the mind's power supply. This sends a signal to the brain: the old rules no longer apply. It is a declaration of independence. For those few minutes, you are no longer a servant of your history. You are a biological hurricane. And in that hurricane, the old structures of shoulds and musts are blown away. Your nervous system, which has been trying to hold these structures together, finally gets a break. It realizes it doesn't have to hold anything. It can just flow. And why do we emphasize the body so much? Because the brain is the newest part of your evolution. But the body is ancient. The body has the wisdom of millions of years. The brain is only few thousand years old in its current form. It is a toddler trying to run a marathon. Your nervous system is caught between the ancient wisdom of the body and the neurotic demands of the modern brain. The reset is about realigning the two. It is about bringing the toddler back to the mother, the brain back to the body. When you are in your body, your nervous system is relaxed. Have you ever watched a cat? A cat is the ultimate meditator. It is 100% relaxed, but 100% alert. If a mouse moves, the cat is there in a flash. This is the alert relaxation I want for you. This is the state where the brain is at its peak performance. It's not working hard, it's playing beautifully. Most of you think that to be productive you must be tense. You think that stress is the fuel for success. But stress is a very dirty fuel. It leaves a lot of smoke in your system. Joy is a clean fuel. It leaves no residue. The brain reset is the transition from stress fuel to joy fuel. It requires a total shift in your perspective. You have to stop seeing yourself as a machine that needs to be fixed and start seeing yourself as a flower that needs to be allowed to bloom. A machine needs a mechanic. A flower needs a gardener. I am not a mechanic and you are not a machine. I am just a gardener reminding you that the sun is out and the water is available. All you have to do is drop your shield and let the light in. Think about your thoughts for a moment. Most of them are not even yours. They are the voices of your parents, your teachers, your priests, your politicians. Your nervous system is carrying the weight of 1,000 people who have nothing to do with your true life. You are like a person who is carrying a heavy suitcase full of stones, and you are complaining that your arms are tired. The reset is the moment you put the suitcase down and realize these are not even my stones. Why am I carrying them? In the stop stage, when you freeze, you are literally dropping the suitcase. You are standing there empty handed. In that emptiness, there is a profound neurological sigh of relief. The brain says, finally, I don't have to carry the stones of the past or the stones of the future. In that moment, the brain's operating system is refreshed. The energy that was going into carrying is now going into seeing. And what you see is the sheer beauty of existence. You see that life is not a struggle, but a dance. This dance is happening right now in every cell of your body. Your heart is dancing its rhythm. Your lungs are dancing their breath. Your synapses are dancing their fire. The only thing not dancing is your ego. The ego is a wall. It is a rigid structure that refuses to move. And because it refuses to move, it creates friction. Friction creates heat. Heat creates tension. This is why you feel burned out. You are experiencing the friction of your own ego against the flow of life. The 60-minute reset is a way to melt the ego. In the heat of the chaos and the dance, the ego cannot maintain its boundaries. It begins to dissolve. And when it dissolves, the friction stops. The nervous system, which was the site of that friction, suddenly feels cool and spacious. It is like moving from a crowded, noisy city street into a vast, silent forest. The forest was always there, just outside the city limits, but you were so busy navigating the traffic that you forgot the forest existed. This forest is your inner space. It is the source of all your creativity, all your intelligence, and all your love. But you cannot reach it through the brain. The brain is the city. The nervous system is the road. If the road is blocked with traffic, you stay in the city. The reset clears the road. It decongests the nervous system so that the energy can flow back to the forest. I want you to understand that you are not broken, you are just cluttered. There is a big difference. A broken thing needs to be repaired. A cluttered thing just needs to be cleared. Your nervous system is functioning perfectly. It is doing exactly what it was designed to do, reacting to the stress you are feeding it. If you feed it chaos and then silence, it will react to that too. It will reset itself. It is a self-correcting system. You just have to give it the right environment to correct itself. This 60-minute environment is a sacred laboratory. In this laboratory, you are the scientist and the experiment. You are observing how energy moves, how tension dissolves, and how silence arises. This observation is the key. In the East, we call it Sakshi, the witness. The witness is the part of you that is never stressed, never tired, and never anxious. It is the still point in the center of the hurricane. When you find that still point, the nervous system reset becomes permanent. Even when you are back in the city, even when the traffic of life is heavy, you remain connected to the forest. You are in the world, but your roots are in the silence. This is the ultimate goal of all my techniques. I don't want you to just feel good for an hour. I want you to realize that you are the goodness itself. I want you to realize that the peace you are seeking is the very nature of your own being. The brain is always looking for answers, but life has no answers. Life only has experiences. The mind wants to know, why am I stressed and how can I stop it? These are just more questions that keep the brain running. I say, don't ask why, just say. Don't ask how, just dance. The answer is in the doing. The answer is the reset itself. When the nervous system is quiet, the questions disappear. And when the questions disappear, you have the answer. Not a verbal answer, but a living realization. This realization is like a light that turns on in a dark room. You don't have to fight the darkness. You just have to turn on the light. The darkness of stress, anxiety, and exhaustion cannot exist in the presence of the light of awareness. The 60-minute reset is the process of finding the switch. It is often hidden under layers of dust and old furniture, but it is there. Your nervous system is the wiring for that light. If the wires are frayed or disconnected, the light will flicker or stay dark. Through the methods of dynamic and Kundalini meditation, we are soldering the connections. We are making sure the current can flow. And what is this current? It is life force. It is prana. It is chi, whatever you want to call it. It is the energy that makes the flowers grow and the planets spin. When this energy flows freely through your nervous system, you feel a sense of aha. You feel electric. This is why, after a deep session, you might feel a tingling in your body or a sense of vibration. This is not your imagination. It is your nervous system coming back to life. It is like a limb that has fallen asleep and is now waking up. It might prickle at first, but that prickling is the return of life. Embrace it. Don't be afraid of your own intensity. You have been dimming your light for so long that the full brightness might seem scary. But you were made for this brightness. The modern world is a grey world. It is a world of mediocrity, of safety, of just getting by. Your nervous system is bored. It is starving for intensity. This is why people do dangerous sports or watch violent movies. They are trying to feel something through the numbness. But those are artificial intensities. They don't heal. They only further exhaust the system. The intensity of meditation is natural. It is the intensity of life itself. It doesn't take energy from you, it gives energy to you. When you finish your 60-minute reset, you don't feel like you have been working. You feel like you have been bathed. You feel clean from the inside out. This internal cleanliness is the foundation of mental health. A clean brain is a healthy brain. It doesn't get stuck on negative thoughts. It doesn't spiral into anxiety. It simply perceives what is, acts when necessary, and rests when it can. This is the flow state that everyone is talking about, but few know how to reach. You cannot reach flow if your pipes are clogged. So treat this hour as the most important hour of your day. It is your appointment with the divine. And who is the divine? It is just you, without the junk. It is your original, unconditioned self. The more you visit this self, the more you will realize that the stressed person you thought you were was just a costume. You can wear the costume when you need to go to work, to play the social game, but you no longer believe you are the costume. This is the ultimate brain reset. It is the realization that the user is not the software. The software of your mind may be full of bugs. It may be old and outdated, but you are the user. You can reboot the system anytime. You can even reformat the hard drive if you want. That is what the 60 minutes is, a full system reboot. It clears the temporary files, it stops the background processes that are eating your RAM, and it returns the system to its peak efficiency. As you go through your day, remember the feeling of the reset. When you feel a knot forming in your stomach, or your shoulders creeping up toward your ears, just shake for 10 seconds. Just take one chaotic breath. Just stop for a moment and witness the traffic of your thoughts. You will find that the peace is never more than a few inches away. It is always there, waiting for you to notice it. The nervous system is a bridge, yes, but it is also a ladder. You can use it to go down into the basement of your subconscious, or you can use it to go up into the attic of your superconscious. Most people are stuck on the ground floor, in the living room of their conscious mind, watching the television of their thoughts. The 60-minute reset gives you the freedom to move. It unlocks the doors to the whole house. Why live in one small room when the entire mansion is yours? Why stay in the gray when the full spectrum of color is available? Your nervous system is capable of experiencing ecstasy, not the drug, but the state of being so full of life that it overflows. This overflow is what I call love. When your own cup is full and resetting, it naturally spills over onto others. You don't have to try to be loving, you just are. This is the secret of a transformed life. It doesn't come from efforting, it comes from de-efforting. It comes from dropping the false so that the true can appear. The false is the tension, the true is the silence. The 60-minute reset is the bridge from the false to the true. It is the most practical, most scientific, and most loving thing you can do for yourself. And don't listen to the part of your mind that says, I don't have time. That is the voice of the tension itself. Tension is always in a hurry. Peace has all the time in the world. If you don't have 60 minutes for yourself, then you are not a person. You are a utility. You are a tool for others to use. Reclaim your personhood. Reclaim your time. Reclaim your nervous system. In these 60 minutes, you are saying to the world, I matter. My silence matters. My joy matters. And as you heal yourself, you heal the world. Because a world made of reset individuals would be a world without war, without greed, and without misery. It all starts with you. It starts with your breath, your sake, your dance, and your silence. So, go deep. Don't be a surface seeker. Dive to the very bottom of your being. The treasure is there. It has been there all along, waiting for the mud to be cleared. The 60-minute reset is the clearing. The rest is just celebration. Let the energy guide you. It knows the way. It built your nervous system and it knows how to fix it. Just get out of the way. Be the witness. Watch the show. And when the show is over, you will find that the spectator and the spectacle have become one. There is no you and no nervous system. There is only the vast, pulsating, silent dance of existence. This is the brain reset. This is the life-changing moment. And it is available to you right here, right now. Just 60 minutes. That is all it takes to start a revolution in your consciousness. A revolution that will not end until you are completely home. Stay with this. Let it vibrate. And when you are ready, let the doing fall away and just be. In that being, everything is reset, everything is new, everything is perfect. The mind is a collector of dead things. It collects memories which are dead experiences. It collects knowledge which is dead truth. The nervous system, however, is alive. It is constantly in the now. When you have a headache, it is a now headache. When you feel a breeze, it is a now breeze. The brain reset is about moving your center of gravity from the dead mind to the living nervous system. When you are living in your nervous system, you are living in the now. And in the now, there is no stress. Stress is always about then, something that happened then, or something that might happen then. The now is always a reset. Every moment is a new beginning. Every breath is a new birth. This is the ultimate secret of the Buddha. He is not enlightened because of something that happened 2500 years ago. He is enlightened because he is awake in this very moment. His nervous system is reset every second. He doesn't carry the previous second into the next. He is a flow. You can be that flow too. The 60-minute process is just a way to prime the pump. It's a way to get the flow started. Once it starts, it has its own momentum. You will find yourself becoming more meditative throughout the day without even trying. You will find yourself shaking off a bad mood or dancing through a difficult task. This is Sahaj meditation, spontaneous meditation. It is the highest form. But to reach the spontaneous, you must first go through the deliberate. You must use the 60-minute tool to break the old habit of tension. Think of your nervous system as a path through a forest. If you always walk the same way, the path becomes a rut. You can't even see the forest anymore, you just see the rut. The 60-minute reset is like jumping out of the rut and walking through the trees. At first, it's difficult. There are branches in the way. The ground is uneven. But soon you realize how much more beautiful the forest is than the rut. And eventually the rut disappears, and the whole forest becomes your path. This is the freedom I am talking about. Not the freedom to do something, but the freedom to be everything. Your nervous system is the vehicle for this everythingness. Don't let it get stuck in the rut of modern stress. Reset it, refresh it, reclaim it, and don't worry about results. The result is the process itself. The result is the 60 minutes of total life. If you are looking for a result in the future, you are still in the mind. The result is here. It is in the sweat of the dance, the fire of the who, and the coolness of the silence. If you feel this, you have already begun the reset. The seed has been planted. Now just give it the water of your practice and the sunlight of your awareness. The bloom is inevitable. In the East, we say that the Guru is not someone who gives you something, but someone who takes away your illusions. I am here to take away your stress, your anxiety, and your tiredness by showing you that they are not yours to begin with. They are just dust on the mirror. Let's wash the mirror together. Let's reset the system. Let's find the Buddha that is hiding inside your fried nerves. He is there, I promise you. He is just waiting for the noise to stop. So silence the noise, start the reset, and welcome home. Home is not a place in the world. It is a state of your nervous system. When the nerves are calm, when the brain is silent, you are at home wherever you are. But as you are now, you are a homeless wanderer, even in your own house, because your internal house is on fire. This fire is the constant friction of repressed desires and social expectations. To reset this, you must understand the deep connection between your spine and your consciousness. Your spine is the highway of your life force. In the East, we have known for thousands of years that the reset happens when the energy moves from the base of the spine up to the brain. But the path is blocked. It is blocked by years of holding yourself together. You have become like a frozen river. To melt the ice, we use heat, what we call tapa. The 60-minute reset is a process of creating psychic heat. When you sink in the first stage of the Kundalini meditation, you are not just moving your muscles, you are creating a friction that melts the ice in your nerves. Have you ever noticed that when you are very happy, you want to jump? When you are very excited, you can't sit still. This is the natural response of the nervous system to an influx of energy. By consciously seeking, you are inviting that energy back into your system. Most of you live from the outside in. You wait for something in the world to happen so that you can feel a certain way. I am teaching you to live from the inside out. Through the 60-minute reset, you generate the state of well-being first, and then the world reflects it back to you. This is the true brain reset. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You are the creator of your own internal climate. And when your internal climate is one of peace and vibrancy, the external world loses its power to disturb you. Let's look closer at the second stage of this process, the humming. In methods like Nada Brahma, we use the sound of humming to create a vibration that resonates within the skull. This is a very direct physical way to reset the brain. Your brain is a collection of delicate tissues floating in fluid. When you hum, you are literally giving your brain a massage from the inside. The vibration ripples through the neurons, shaking loose the cobwebs of repetitive thought. It harmonizes the two hemispheres of the brain. You will feel a sense of centeredness that no amount of thinking can provide. The humming sound, the is the sound of the universe. It is the vibration of the Om, but without the mouth open. It is an internal sound. It stays within you. It builds up a reservoir of energy in your head, but not the tense energy of thought, the cool energy of awareness. After 15 minutes of humming, you feel as if your brain has been washed in a clear mountain stream. The brain reset is palpable. You feel lighter, as if a literal weight has been lifted from your forehead. This is why I say these methods are scientific. They are not based on belief. They are based on the physiology of the human being. If you do the technique, the result follows, whether you believe in it or not. It is like gravity. You don't have to believe in gravity to fall. You just have to step off the cliff. Meditation is the fall into your own being. The 60-minute structure is designed to guide that fall so that it is not a crash, but a graceful descent into the depths of your soul. Why do we spend so much time on the who or the shouting? Because the throat is the center of expression. For most of you, the throat is a bottleneck. You have so many things you wanted to say, so many screams you held back, so many truths you buried. This creates a physical tension in the neck and shoulders. Have you noticed how many people have stiff necks today? It is not because of their pillows. It is because of their repressions. They are afraid to turn their heads, afraid to look at life, afraid to speak their truth. By using the voice totally, you are clearing the throat center. You are allowing the trapped energy to move. This is an essential part of the nervous system reset. When the throat is clear, the energy can flow from the heart to the brain. If the throat is blocked, the brain becomes hungry for energy and it starts to eat itself. It starts to overthink, to worry, to obsess. A clear throat leads to a clear mind. The 60-minute reset addresses every knot in your system, from the sex center to the crown of the head. Think of your life as a movie. Most of the time, you are so identified with the movie that you forget you are the one sitting in the theater. You cry when the movie is sad. You get angry when the movie has a villain. You get scared when the movie is a thriller. The reset is the moment the lights come on in the theater. You realize, oh, it was just a movie. I'm safe. I'm here. The movie didn't touch me. This non-identification is the ultimate goal of the brain reset. It doesn't mean you stop watching the movie. It means you stop being a victim of it. The nervous system is the screen upon which the movie is projected. If the screen is dirty, the movie looks blurry. If the screen is wrinkled, the movie looks distorted. We are cleaning and smoothing the screen. When the nervous system is reset, the movie of your life becomes clear, vibrant, and beautiful. You can enjoy the drama without being drowned by it. You can play your part in the world with total intensity, knowing all the while that you are the eternal witness. I see you struggling with your ego. You think you must be someone. You think you must achieve something. This is the greatest stress of all. The ego is a constant becoming. It is always moving toward a goal. But meditation is about being. It is about realizing that you have already arrived. In the 60-minute reset, we give the ego a vacation. During the shaking, the ego is confused. During the dancing, the ego is forgotten. During the stop, the ego is absent. And in that absence, who are you? You are the silence. You are the joy. You are the life. This realization is what resets the default mode network of the brain. This network is where the me lives. It is the part of the brain that is always thinking about your reputation, your future, your self-image. When this network is deactivated through intense meditation, the brain experiences a profound freedom. It is like a bird that has been kept in a cage for so long it has forgotten how to fly. The reset opens the door. You might feel a little dizzy or disoriented after the first few times you do this. This is normal. You are so used to being oriented by your tensions that when they are gone, you don't know where you are. It is like a prisoner who has been in a dark cell for 20 years. The sunlight is painful at first, but don't go back to the cell. Stay with the light. Let your eyes adjust. Let your nervous system learn a new way of being, a way that is not based on fear but on love. Love is the natural state of a healthy nervous system. When you are not afraid, you are loving. Fear is a contraction. Love is an expansion. The 60-minute reset is a process of moving from contraction to expansion. In the shaking, you are breaking the contraction. In the dance, you are beginning the expansion. In the silence, you are the infinite. This is not a philosophy of love. It is the biology of love. People ask me about stress management. I don't believe in managing stress. If you have a fire in your house, do you manage it? No, you put it out. To manage stress is to accept it as a permanent part of your life. I want you to be free of it. I want you to reset your system so that stress doesn't have a place to land. It's like a bird trying to land on a spinning fan. It can't. When your energy is moving, when your consciousness is alert, stress cannot take root in your nervous system. This is the power of active meditations. We are using the fan of your energy to clear the birds of your worries. Traditional meditation, where you just sit and watch your breath, is very difficult for the modern man because your fan is not moving, it's stuck. The birds are nesting in it. You need to turn the fan on first. You need the movement, the sound, the intensity. Then, when you sit, the silence is real. It is not just a lack of noise, it is a presence. The presence of silence is the greatest healer. It reaches the parts of your brain that science is only beginning to understand. It stimulates the neuroplasticity of the brain. It allows new, healthier pathways to form. It literally grows a better brain. This is why long-term meditators are so resilient. They haven't just learned to cope, they have physically changed their nervous systems. They have reset themselves so many times that the reset state has become their natural state. But you must start where you are. You cannot act like a meditator. You must become one. And the path of becoming is the path of doing. The 60 minutes are your dojo, your training grounds. Don't be serious about it. If you are serious, you are adding more tension. Be playful. My meditations are not work, they are play. I want you to play with your energy, play with your voice, play with your silence. When you play, the nervous system relaxes. Why? Because play has no goal. Play is its own reward. This goallessness is the secret of the brain reset. The brain is a goal-seeking organ. It is always looking for the next thing. When you tell it we are just going to shake for 15 minutes for no reason at all, the brain is shocked. It doesn't know how to handle it. And in that not knowing, the reset happens. You are stepping out of the world of utility and into the world of celebration. Think of the stop stage as a lightning bolt. In 1 second, everything stops. This is a profound neurological event. It's like a reset button on a computer that has frozen. You press it, the screen goes black for a second, and then everything comes back fresh. That black screen is the moment of the stop. It is the gap between two thoughts. It is the gap between two breaths. It is the gap between life and death. In that gap, you are whole. After they stop, when you lie down in the final stage, you are integrating the experience. This is like saving the file on your computer after you have done a lot of work. If you don't lie down, the energy will just dissipate. You need to let it settle into your bones. You need to let your nervous system map this new state of peace. This is the most nourishing part of the hour. You are drinking from the well of your own soul. Many of you are tired of being tired. You go to bed tired and you wake up tired. This is because your soul is tired. Your nervous system is exhausted by the mask you have to wear every day. You are pretending to be happy when you are sad, pretending to be confident when you are afraid, pretending to be busy when you are bored. This pretending is the greatest drain on your energy. The 60-minute reset is a time of no pretending. You can be as ugly, as mad, or as silent as you really are. This authenticity is incredibly restorative. It is the ultimate brain reset. When you are authentic, your nervous system is in harmony. There is no split between your inner and outer worlds. Your energy can flow in a single powerful stream. This is what we call integrity. Not the moralistic integrity of the society, but the biological integrity of a healthy organism. A cat has integrity. A tree has integrity. A child has integrity. And through meditation, you can reclaim your integrity. I see you searching for meaning in books, in videos, in teachers. But the meaning is not in the words. The meaning is in the vibration of your own life. These 60 minutes are a way to tune your vibration to the frequency of the universe. When you are in tune, everything is meaningful. A leaf falling from a tree is a message from God. A bird singing is a sermon. A sunset is a revelation. But when you are out of tune, even the most beautiful music sounds like noise. The brain reset is the process of tuning. It's like an orchestra tuning its instruments before the concert. Right now, your violins are out of tune, your drums are too loud, and your flutes are silent. The reset brings everything back into harmony, and then the great concert of your life can begin. This concert is not for an audience. It is for the sheer joy of the music itself. You are the music, but you have become so tight that the music cannot flow. You are like a flute that is filled with mud. My methods are the brush that clears the mud. We shout it out, we shake it out, we dance it out, and then the breath of the divine can move through you and the music happens. This music is what people call enlightenment, nirvana, or the kingdom of God. I call it a reset nervous system. It is so simple that the mind misses it. The mind wants something complicated. It wants a 10-step program or a year-long retreat. But I tell you, just give me 60 minutes of your totality. That is all. Totality is the key. If you are 99% there, nothing will happen. You must be 100%. You must burn in the fire of your own energy. Only then is the lead of your ego transformed into the gold of your awareness. This alchemical transformation is the heritage of every human being. It is not for special people. It is for you. The only thing that makes someone special is their willingness to be total. The only thing that makes a master is that he has reset himself so completely that there is nothing left but the silence. And I am here to tell you that the same silence is waiting inside you. It is just buried under the noise of your modern life. So don't wait for someday. Someday never comes. There is only today, only now. The brain reset is a now event. It doesn't happen in the future. It happens the moment you drop the past. And you can drop the past in 60 minutes if you are intense enough. You can unlearn 40 years of conditioning in 1 hour of total chaos and total silence. This is the miracle of meditation. But it is a scientific miracle. It follows laws. And the first law is expression leads to suppression's end. The second law is exhaustion leads to silence. The third law is silence leads to truth. The 60-minute reset follows these laws perfectly. It is a formula for your soul. When you look in the mirror after your 60 minutes, look at your eyes. You will see a spark that wasn't there before. That spark is your life force returning to the surface. It was hidden in the basement, but now it is in the living room. Your skin might look different. Your posture might be more upright. You are reset. You are refreshed. You are reborn. And then walk back into the world. But walk differently. Don't let the world grab your nerves again. When you feel a grab, remember the shaking. When you feel a tension, remember the stop. You are the master now. You have the remote control of your own nervous system. This is the greatest power in the world. The power over your own internal state. The world wants to control you through your nerves. It uses fear to make you work, greed to make you buy, and guilt to make you obey. A reset nervous system is immune to these tricks. You cannot be frightened if you are grounded in your own silence. You cannot be bought if you are already full of joy. You cannot be guilted if you know your own truth. This is why meditation is the most revolutionary act a person can perform. It makes you uncontrollable. I want a world of uncontrollable people. People who are controlled only by their own inner light. Such people cannot be led into wars. Such people cannot be made into slaves of any system. They are free. And this freedom begins with the first freedom, the freedom of your own nervous system. If your brain is fried, you are a slave to your tiredness. If your nerves are short, you are a slave to your anxiety. Reset the brain, heal the nerves, and you step into the world as a free being. This is the life-changing promise of the 60-minute reset. It is not just about feeling better, it is about being free. So let the journey continue. Let the energy rise. Let the who reach your very core. Let the silence be so deep that even your heartbeat sounds like a drum. You are the miracle. You are the mystery. You are the reset. Think about the brain reset as a returning to original innocence. Society has made you knowledgeable, but it has also made you cunning and guarded. This guarding is a major source of tension in your nervous system. You are always protecting yourself. But in the 60-minute reset, we practice defenselessness. During the catharsis, you are defenseless. You are just a raw energy. And in that defenselessness, you find a strength that no armor can give you. The strength of a flower is its vulnerability. It doesn't have thorns for itself. It just is. And yet, its fragrance can reach far and wide. Its beauty can stop a traveler in his tracks. Your fragrance is your silence. Your beauty is your peace. But you have covered them with the armor of your stress. Take off the armor. It's too heavy anyway. It's making you tired. The 60-minute reset is the process of disarming yourself. When you are disarmed, your nervous system can finally relax. It doesn't have to be on guard duty 24/7. It can go back to its original job, being a sensitive instrument for experiencing the joy of life. Have you ever tasted a fruit when you were truly relaxed? It tastes like Amrita, the nectar of the gods. Have you ever seen a flower when your brain was reset? It looks like a gateway to heaven. The world is the same, but the experiencer has changed. This is the only way to change the world. You cannot change the world out there until you have changed the observer in here. The 60-minute reset is a factory reset for the observer. It wipes out the prejudices, the filters, and the fears, and leaves you with fresh eyes. Fresh eyes lead to a fresh life. You will find that you no longer need the things you thought you needed. You no longer fear the things you thought you feared. You are contented in your own being. This contentment is the sign of a reset nervous system. It is the sign of a healthy brain. It is the sign of a living soul. As you move through these stages, the shaking, the dancing, the who, the stop, and the silence, don't look for meaning. Don't try to understand what is happening. Understanding is a thing of the mind, and we are moving beyond the mind. Just feel it. Feel the heat. Feel the movement. Feel the silence. Feeling is the language of the nervous system. Understanding is the language of the brain. To reset the brain, we must speak the language of the nervous system, and that language is energy. When you are full of energy, you are full of life. When you are low on energy, you are full of stress. The 60-minute reset is a recharging station for your life force. It plugs you back into the cosmic battery, and when you are fully charged, the brain reset happens automatically. A fully charged brain is a silent, alert, and joyful brain. So ignore the doubts of your mind. The mind is a doubter by nature. It wants to keep you in the known, even if the known is miserable. It is afraid of the unknown, even if the unknown is bliss. But you are not the mind. You are the one who is aware of the doubts. Let the doubts be there and do the reset anyway. The doubts will disappear in the fire of your totality. This is the path of the warrior of peace. A warrior who doesn't fight others, but who conquers his own internal chaos by turning it into a dance. This is the highest form of heroism. To stand alone in a room and shake until you are no longer there. That takes more courage than going to war. Because in war you have an enemy. In meditation you have only yourself. And to face yourself is the ultimate challenge. But it is also the ultimate reward. On the other side of yourself is the all. On the other side of your nerves is the silence. On the other side of your brain is the being. Give yourself this hour. You have given so many hours to the world, to your boss, to your family, to your screens. Give this 1 hour to your own reset. It is the most selfish thing you can do. And because it is selfish, it is the most blessed. Because a reset you is a blessing to everyone. The air around a meditator is different. The vibration of a relaxed person is infectious. When you reset your nervous system, you are helping to reset the world. 1 hour at a time, one person at a time. This is how the new man is born. He is not born from a political revolution. He is born from a neurological revolution. He is born from the brain reset. So breathe, shake, dance, shout, stop, and disappear into the silence. You will find me there. Not the Osho of the videos, but the silence that I am. We will meet in that silence and we will laugh. We will laugh at the fact that we ever thought we were stressed, are tired, are separate. We will laugh at the great joke of existence, and then we will be home. This home I speak of is not a destination. It is a quality of relaxation. Right now, your nervous system is a house divided. One part of you wants to go left, another part wants to go right. One part of you wants to be silent, another part is terrified of what the silence will reveal. This internal conflict is what drains your brain of its vitality. When I say we will reset the nervous system in 60 minutes, I am talking about a systematic process of ending this civil war. We are going to bring all the fragments of your energy together into one single powerful stream. Consider the mechanism of humming, which we use in the Nad Brahma meditation. Why humming? Because humming is a sound that cannot be used for communication. It is not language. Language is of the mind. Sound is of the body. When you hum, the vibration fills the skull. It creates a resonant field that literally shakes the brain cells. Modern science is just now discovering that specific frequencies can heal damaged tissue and calm the nervous system. But we have known this for ages. The sound is like a spiritual vacuum cleaner. It sucks out the static of your worries and leaves behind a polished, crystalline clarity. As you hum for 30 minutes, you are creating a bridge between your conscious and subconscious. You are telling your brain it is okay to let go of the meanings. It is okay to just be a vibration. In this stage, the nervous system begins to self-regulate. The parts of the brain that are usually overactive, the ones responsible for planning, judging, and worrying, start to quiet down. They have nothing to do. You are just humming. There is no future in a hum. There is no past in a hum. There is only the vibration of the now. This 60-minute reset is a method of conscious regression. We are going back past the labels, past the education, past the trauma, back to the raw, pulsating energy that you were when you first entered this world. The brain is like a hard drive that has become fragmented. Files are scattered everywhere, and the system is slow and glitchy. Meditation is the defragmentation process. It organizes the energy, closes the unnecessary programs, and allows the system to run at its original speed. This is why you feel so much faster, sharper, and more creative after a reset. You haven't gained anything new. You have simply stopped wasting your energy on glitches. Think about your automatic pilot. Most of your life is lived on automatic pilot. You drive to work without thinking. You eat without tasting. You talk without listening. Your nervous system is running these scripts while you are somewhere else, thinking about the weekend or worrying about your health. This split between your body and your presence is the root of all stress. The 60-minute reset forces you back into the pilot's seat. Through the intensity of the breath and the movement, you cannot be anywhere else. You have to be here. And the moment you are here, the stress vanishes. Stress cannot exist in the total present. It needs the time of the past or the future to survive. Your brain is also a chemical factory. When you are under stress, you are producing poisons. When you are in meditation, you are producing nectar. The 60-minute process is a way to change the formula of your internal factory. We use the physical body to trigger a chemical shift. By the time you reach the stage of silence, your brain is bathed in a cocktail of peace chemicals. This isn't just feeling good, it is a biological reality. Your blood pressure drops, your heart rate variability increases, and your immune system is boosted. A reset nervous system is a powerful nervous system. It is your best defense against the dis-ease of the world. And don't be afraid of the chaos in the beginning. People are often terrified of their own intensity. They think if I let go, I will go crazy. But I tell you, you are already crazy. The only difference is that your current craziness is repressed and socially acceptable, which makes it dangerous. The craziness I am inviting you into is conscious and expressive, which makes it healing. Once you have expressed your madness in a safe 60-minute container, you will find that you are more sane than you ever thought possible. You will be able to walk through the world with a cool head and a warm heart. This is the beauty of the Zorba the Buddha vision. I want you to be a Zorba, someone who can enjoy the senses, who can dance, who can sing, who can live in the body. But I also want you to be a Buddha, someone who can be silent, who can be a witness, who can live in the soul. The nervous system is the bridge between the two. If the bridge is broken, you are either a dry spiritualist or a shallow materialist. But if the bridge is reset, you are a whole man. You are the new human that this planet so desperately needs. Look at your hands right now. They are full of life, full of sensitivity. But when you are stressed, they become tools. You use them to grab, to type, to push. You forget the feeling of your own hands. The 60-minute reset brings the feeling back. It brings the soul back into the extremities. You begin to experience your body not as a car you are driving, but as a temple you are inhabiting. This shift in perspective is the ultimate neurological healing. It turns off the threat response and turns on the reverence response. Your nervous system is also connected to the collective unconscious. We are not separate islands. We are part of a vast ocean of consciousness. When you are tense, you are cut off from the ocean. You feel lonely, isolated, and afraid. When you are reset, you are plugged in. You feel a connection to the trees, to the stars, to the person sitting next to you. This connection is the greatest antidepressant in existence. You realize that you are not alone in a hostile universe, you are a guest in a loving home. So let the brain reset be a daily ritual of returning to the source. Don't wait for a nervous breakdown to take care of your nerves. Take care of them now. Give them 60 minutes of holy chaos and sacred silence. You will find that life becomes a series of aha moments. You will find that your work becomes effortless, your relationships become deeper, and your very presence becomes a healing force. The mind will tell you this is too much work. But ask yourself, is it more work to meditate for an hour or to be miserable for 24 hours? Is it more work to seek for 15 minutes or to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders for 40 years? The ego is the one that thinks meditation is work. To the soul, meditation is a feast. It is the only time of the day when you are not performing. It is the only time when you are truly free. In these 60 minutes, you are cleaning the house. You are opening the windows, letting in the fresh air, and throwing out the trash. And when the house is clean, the guest can arrive. The guest is your own divinity. It has been standing outside the door for a long time, but it couldn't enter because the house was too cluttered and the owner was too busy shouting at the walls. Silence the shouting, clear the clutter, reset the brain, and the divine will enter of its own accord. This is the path. It is simple, it is scientific, and it is available to you right now. You don't need my permission, you don't need a certificate, you just need 60 minutes and a willingness to be total. The rest will happen by itself. The universe is on your side. It wants you to be awake. It wants you to be relaxed. It wants you to be you. So breathe deep. Let the whoo sound shake your very foundation. Let the dance take you to the edge of the world. And in the stop, find the nothingness that is everything. You are the master of your own nervous system. You are the architect of your own peace. Let the reset begin. The human brain is a masterpiece of complexity. Yet we use it primarily as a tool for anxiety. We have these billions of neurons capable of perceiving the most subtle harmonies of the cosmos, but we have them wired to scan for social rejection, financial insecurity, and past regrets. It is like having a supercomputer and using it only to play a primitive game of survival. The 60-minute reset is about rewiring the circuit. We are taking the energy out of the survival loops and moving it into the awareness centers. When you engage in the first stage of the dynamic meditation, the chaotic breathing, you are literally starving the ego of its habitual patterns. The ego thrives on rhythm, on predictability, on the known. By breathing chaotically, you are introducing a randomizer into the system. The brain's control centers go into a state of emergency. But since there is no actual external threat, they eventually have to surrender. This surrender is the reset point. It is the moment when the old self realizes it cannot maintain control in the face of such intensity. Once the control is dropped, the second stage of catharsis becomes possible. Now the nervous system can purge. Imagine your nervous system as a plumbing system that has been clogged with emotional waste for decades. The catharsis is like a high pressure blast of water that clears the pipes. You scream, you weep, you laugh, you thrash. This is not acting, it is releasing. Each scream is a knot of tension leaving your throat. Each movement of the arms is a no that you weren't allowed to say when you were 5 years old. You are literally vomiting out the social conditioning that has been making you sick. After this vomiting, you feel a strange lightness. The brain feels empty, but it is a beautiful emptiness. It is the emptiness of a clean room. Now, in the third stage, when you jump and shout "Who?", you are charging this empty space with new, fresh energy. You are waking up the sleeping centers of your nervous system. Each "Who" is a spark that ignites your vitality. You feel the energy rising from the soles of your feet, through the legs, through the spine, and finally exploding in the brain. This is the brain reset in its most active form. You are overclocking your system to clear the last bit of sluggishness, and then the stop. The silence that follows this "Who" is not a dead silence, it is a vibrant silence. It is the silence of a bell that has just been struck. The vibration is still there, but the sound has stopped. In this state, your nervous system is in its most receptive mode. You are like a sensitive photographic plate, ready to capture the image of the divine. The brain is no longer thinking, it is perceiving. This is the shift from intellect to intelligence. Intellect is the ability to manipulate concepts. Intelligence is the ability to perceive reality directly. This direct perception is the ultimate neurological health. A healthy brain is a brain that can see things as they are, without the distortion of me and mine. When you see a tree, the me doesn't stand in between. You and the tree are in a state of communion. This communion is what the nervous system has been thirsting for. It is the end of the separation that causes all our stress. You realize that the same energy that moves the sap in the tree is moving the blood in your veins. You are part of the whole. In the final stage of lying down, You are marinating in this realization. You are letting the new settings of your nervous system become permanent. You are teaching your brain that it is safe to be silent. This is a very important lesson. The modern brain thinks that silence is dangerous. It thinks that if it stops thinking, it will disappear or be attacked. By lying in total silence for 15 minutes, you are proving to your nervous system that nothing happened. I am still here and I feel better than ever. This positive reinforcement is what makes the reset last. I want you to think about the 60 minutes as a sacred container. For these 60 minutes, you are not a father, not a mother, not an employee, not a citizen. You are just a life force. You are stripping away all the roles that have become too tight for you. You are like a snake shedding its skin. The old skin was your personality, the one that was stressed, the one that was tired, the one that was fried. The new skin is your essence, the one that is fresh, the one that is vibrant, the one that is eternal. Your nervous system is the interface through which this essence experiences the world. If the interface is laggy or distorted, the experience is miserable. But if the interface is reset, the experience is ecstatic. This is the only difference between a miserable man and a blessed man. They are living in the same world, but their interfaces are different. One is looking through a dirty window, the other is standing outside in the sun. I am not interested in changing your life. I am interested in changing you. Because if you change, your life will change automatically. If your nervous system is reset, you will no longer be attracted to the things that cause you stress. You will no longer need the distractions that eat your time. You will find that you have an internal well of joy that never runs dry. This is the true life-changing power of meditation. It makes you self-sufficient. You no longer look to the world to fill you. You walk into the world to overflow onto it. And this overflow is the greatest gift you can give to humanity. The world doesn't need more experts or leaders. It needs more overflowing people. People who are so full of peace that they cannot help but share it. People who are so relaxed that they make everyone around them feel safe. This is the contagion of consciousness, and it starts with your 60-minute reset. So don't be lukewarm, be boiling. If you are going to shake, shake as if your life depends on it, because it does. If you are going to dance, Dance as if no one is watching, not even gods. If you are going to be silent, be as silent as a stone at the bottom of the ocean. Total intensity is the only currency that the universe accepts. If you give your 100%, the universe will give its 100%. And 100% of the universe is what we call enlightenment. This enlightenment is not a trophy you put on a shelf. It is a way of processing reality. It is a brain that is always reset. It is a nervous system that is always sensitive. It is a heart that is always open. It is the state of being Zorba the Buddha every moment of your life. You have the map, you have the tools, you have the 60 minutes. Now you just need the jump. Don't think about it. Thinking is the anti-reset. Just start the music, start the breath, start the sake. The path will reveal itself as you walk it, and I am with you every step of the way, not as a teacher who is above you, but as a friend who has walked the path and found it to be a dance. Come, let's dance into the silence. Let's reset the world one nervous system at a time. The brain reset is not a dream. It is a biological destiny. It is your destiny. Claim it. Live it. Be it. And this home is not a static place, but a dynamic state of being. You must understand that the nervous system is a living river, and a river that does not flow becomes a swamp. Your brain has become a swamp because you have stopped the flow of your natural impulses. You have become a collector of suds and muss, and each sud is like a stone thrown into the river of your energy. Eventually, the stones pile up so high that the water cannot pass. This is what you call a nervous breakdown. It is simply the energy trying to move past the stones and failing. The 60-minute reset is the process of removing those stones. And one of the most powerful tools for this is the use of your own eyes. Have you ever looked into your own eyes in a mirror for a long period? Not to fix your hair or to see if you look good, but to truly look into the pupils. This is a profound neurological shock. Your brain is used to looking at the world, but it is not used to looking at itself. When you look into your own eyes, the brain experiences a feedback loop. It is like two mirrors facing each other, creating an infinite corridor of light. In the 60-minute process, we can use a stage of mirror gazing. You sit silently before a mirror and just look. Don't blink if possible. Let the eyes become watery. Why? Because the eyes are the only part of the nervous system that is directly exposed to the outside world. They are the windows of the brain. When you fix your gaze, the scanning mechanism of the brain, the part that is always looking for movement, for threats, for changes, is forced to stop. As the scanning stops, the brain waves begin to slow down. You move from the beta state of active thinking into the alpha and theta states of deep relaxation and meditation. You might see your face start to change in the mirror. It might become old. It might become young. It might disappear entirely. Do not be afraid. This is the brain reset happening. The brain is letting go of the image of who you think you are. It is letting go of the persona. And when the persona is gone, the nervous system can finally rest because it no longer has to hold that image in place. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to maintain a self-image. You have to remember how you are supposed to look, how you are supposed to act, how you are supposed to react. This is a constant drain on your neural resources. When the image dissolves in the mirror, the energy that was used to maintain it is suddenly released back into your system. You feel a surge of vitality. You feel electric. This is the biology of no self. Another vital part of the nervous system reset is the heart center. Your brain is a polar organ. It thinks in terms of yes and no, good and bad, left and right. This polarity is a source of constant tension, but the heart is non-polar. The heart doesn't think, it feels. It is the center of your unconditional being. In the middle of our 60 minutes, we shift the focus from the head to the heart. We do this through a specific movement of energy. I often suggest placing your hands on your heart and feeling the warmth. This warmth is not just physical, it is the fire of your life force. As you breathe into the heart, you are telling your nervous system, the war is over. We are moving from the battlefield of the mind to the sanctuary of the heart. The heart has its own nervous system, what scientists now call the heart brain. When the heart brain and the head brain are in coherence, the reset is complete. You feel a sense of all is well. This all is well is not a thought, it is a physiological state. It is the state where every cell in your body is in harmony with every other cell. This is the state of health. This is the state of holiness. Health and holiness come from the same root word, whole. A reset nervous system is a whole nervous system. It is no longer fragmented. It is no longer at war with itself. Think about your spine. Your spine is the antenna of the soul. It is the central pillar of your nervous system. Most of you have spines that are stiff or slumped. This is the reflection of your psychic state. A stiff spine is a sign of fear. You are bracing yourself against life. A slumped spine is a sign of defeat. You have given up. Neither state is healthy. During the 60-minute reset, we use the shaking and the dancing to make the spine liquid. We want a spine that is like a hollow bamboo, flexible, strong, and empty. When the spine is liquid, the energy can rise freely from the base to the crown. This is the Kundalini energy. When this energy reaches the brain, it is like a lightning bolt of awareness. It wipes out the cobwebs of the past. It creates a brain reset that is so profound, you will feel like you have been given a new head. You will notice that after such an experience, your senses are heightened. You smell things you didn't smell before. You see colors that are more vivid. You hear the silence behind the sounds. This is because your nervous system is no longer filtering reality through the grey veil of your thoughts. You are in direct contact with the isness of existence. This is what it means to be alive. Most people are only functioning. They are living ghosts. They are walking, talking, and working, but they are not there. Their nervous systems are numb. The 60-minute reset is a process of denumbing. It is a return to sensitivity. And yes, sensitivity can be painful at first. You might feel the pain of your own life, the pain of your own heart. But this pain is healing pain. It is the pain of a thawing limb. It means the life is coming back. Embrace the pain, embrace the chaos, and embrace the madness, because on the other side of all that is the peace that passeth understanding. It is the peace of a reset brain. You must also understand the role of laughter. Laughter is the most nervous system friendly activity there is. When you laugh totally, the whole brain is synchronized. The intellect is bypassed. The ego is forgotten. And the body is in a state of total celebration. Laughter is a brain reset in itself. In many of my meditations, I include a stage of laughter. Why? Because you have become too serious. Seriousness is a disease of the brain. It is a sign that you are taking your ego too seriously. But the universe is not serious. Look at the trees, look at the birds, look at the stars. Is there any seriousness? No, there is only a vast cosmic joke. When you laugh, you are in tune with the universe. Your nervous system relaxes into the giggle of God. In the 60-minute reset, we use laughter to break the ice. We laugh for no reason at all. If you wait for a reason to laugh, you will be waiting forever. Just laugh. Let the sound come from your belly, not your throat. Let your whole body shake with the mirth of existence. You will find that after 5 minutes of total laughter, your problems seem ridiculous. Your anxieties seem like toys. Your brain feels as fresh as a morning rose. This is the alchemy of my methods. We are using the lower to reach the higher. We use the body to reach the mind and the mind to reach the soul. It is a ladder, and each step of the 60 minutes is a rung on that ladder. Do not skip any rungs. If you try to jump directly to the silence, you will fail. You must go through the shaking, the dancing, the shouting, and the laughing. You must exhaust the human to find the divine. Your brain is also a memory bank, and as I have said, most of your memories are toxic. They are unfinished business. You are still arguing with your father who died 10 years ago. You are still trying to prove yourself to a teacher who shamed you in the 3rd grade. These unfinished cycles are constantly running in the background of your nervous system, eating up your processing power. The 60-minute reset is a way to close the cycles. During the who stage or the catharsis stage, you are expressing these unfinished emotions. You are shouting at the father, shouting at the teacher, shouting at the world. You are finishing the cycle, and once the cycle is finished, the memory no longer has a charge. It becomes a dead fact rather than a living trauma. Your brain is no longer hooked by it. This is the emotional reset that is necessary for a brain reset. You cannot have a quiet brain if you have a noisy heart. We are clearing the noise from the heart so that the brain can find its natural silence. And what is this silence? It is not the absence of sounds. It is the presence of awareness. It is a state where thoughts may come and go, but they do not stick. They are like birds flying across the sky. They leave no footprint. In this state, your nervous system is unclutchable. The world can try to grab you, but there is nothing for it to hold on to. You are transparent, you are empty, you are free. This freedom is your birthright, but you have traded it for security, for respectability, and for comfort. And the price of that trade is your nervous system. You are paying with your health, with your joy, and with your sanity. I am here to tell you that the trade was a mistake. You don't need security. Life is inherently insecure. You don't need respectability. It is just a social mask. You don't need comfort. It is the comfort of the grave. What you need is life. What you need is intensity. What you need is the reset. So give yourself this hour. Let the shaking be so total that you don't know where the shaker ends and the shaking begins. Let the dancing be so mad that the dancer disappears. Let the shouting be so guttural that it comes from the very earth of your being. And let the silence be so deep that you can hear the heartbeat of the universe. In this hour, you are not doing a meditation. You are becoming meditation. And when you are meditation, there is no nervous system to be reset, because you are the source of all energy. You are the light that never fades. You are the silence that never ends. This is the ultimate brain reset. It is the realization that the brain is just a guest in the house of consciousness. And the guest must be a good guest, silent, respectful, and helpful. Right now, the guest is drunk and noisy. We are sobering up the guest. We are giving the brain a cold shower of awareness. After the hour is over, you will walk out into the world, and you will see that the world hasn't changed, but you have. You will see the insanity of the world, but you will not be a part of it. You will see the rush, but you will not be in a hurry. You will see the fear, but you will be fearless. This is the life-changing transformation. It is not about fixing your old life. It is about beginning a new one. A life that is lived from the center. A life that is lived from the reset. Keep your spine straight, but not stiff. Keep your breath deep, but not forced. Keep your eyes open, but not staring. And keep your heart available. You are the experiment, and you are the result. There is no one else to do this for you. No God will come to save you, and no master can give you the truth. They can only give you the technique. The truth is your own internal experience. So experience it. dive into the 60 minutes as if you are diving into a deep, cool lake on a hot summer day. Let the water wash away the dust. Let the depth embrace you. And when you come up for air, you will be new. Every cell of your nervous system will be singing. Your brain will be an empty temple. Your heart will be a full cup. And your life will be a continuous celebration. This is the message of the brain reset. It is the message of Osho. It is the message of life itself. Don't just listen to my words, be my words. Let the vibration of my voice stir the vibration of your own energy. We are in this together. We are part of the same flow. And in this flow, there is no stress, no anxiety, and no time. There is only the eternal now. The modern man is like a radio that is tuned to a dead station. All he hears is static. He thinks the static is the music. I am here to tell you, change the station. The music is playing on another frequency. The 60-minute reset is the process of tuning the dial. We are moving the dial from the mind station to the being station. And once you hear the music, you will never want to go back to the static. You will realize that the static was just noise, and the music is your true nature. The music is silence. The music is joy. The music is love. Reset the brain and hear the music. The brain is also the center of time. The brain is always thinking in terms of before and after. This time consciousness is a major source of stress. You are always racing against time. You are always worried about the future. But your body and your nervous system are always in the now. This split between the time-bound brain and the timeless body is what creates the vibration of anxiety. The 60-minute reset is a time ender. During the intense stages of meditation, the time sense of the brain is disrupted. You lose track of how long you have been shaking or dancing. You enter the vertical dimension of the now. In this dimension, 1 minute is as long as an eternity, and an eternity is as short as a second. When you step out of time, your nervous system experiences a profound rejuvenation. It is as if you have been taken out of the aging process for an hour. Your cells are no longer being hammered by the seconds and minutes of the world. They are resting in the timelessness of the soul. This is the true anti-aging secret. A brain that can step out of time is a brain that stays young. This is why, after a deep meditation, you look younger. The time lines on your face have been smoothed out. The time tension in your eyes has been released. You have returned to the original face, the face you had before you were born into time. This face is always there, behind the mask of your personality. It is the face of God. It is the face of the Buddha. It is your face. Find this face in the 60-minute reset. Let the mask fall away. Let the time stop. Let the brain rest. And in that rest, you will find a power that you never knew you had. It is not the power to control others. It is the power to be yourself. It is the power of the lion who has realized he is not a sheep. Most of you are living like sheep, following the herd, bleating with anxiety, waiting for the shepherd to tell you what to do. The brain reset is the roar of the lion. It is the moment you realize that you don't need a shepherd. You are the king of your own forest. Your nervous system is no longer a slave to the social herd. It is the sovereign instrument of your own consciousness. This sovereignty is what I want for you. I want you to be master of your own destiny. And that mastery begins with the mastery of your own nervous system. So don't be afraid to be alone in your meditation. Don't be afraid to be different. Don't be afraid to be mad. The madness of the reset is the only true sanity. The sanity of the world is the only true madness. Choose the sanity of the reset. Choose the silence of the soul. Choose the life of the now. Your brain is a diamond, but it is currently covered in dung. The dung is your knowledge, your prejudices, and your tensions. We are not trying to create a diamond. We are just washing away the dung. The diamond is already there, shining in its own light. The 60-minute reset is the washing. It is the cleansing. It is the polishing. And when the diamond is clear, it will reflect the sun. And the sun is God. The sun is truth. The sun is you. Let the washing begin. Let the diamond shine. Let the brain be reset. The brain's obsession with knowing is a subtle form of tension. You want to know why you are stressed, how this technique works, and what the result will be. This will to know is the ego trying to stay in control. But life is not a problem to be understood, it is a mystery to be lived. A reset brain is a brain that is comfortable with not knowing. In the 60-minute process, we practice not knowing. We move into the unknown. When you are shaking, you don't know what the next movement will be. When you are shouting, you don't know what sound will come out. This not knowing is a profound neurological relaxation. The brain can finally let go of its role as the knower. It can become a receiver. A receiver brain is a sensitive brain. It can feel the subtle whispers of existence. It can feel the vibration of a flower. It can feel the presence of a friend. This sensitivity is the true intelligence. Intellect is dead knowledge. Intelligence is living sensitivity. The 60-minute reset is the transition from intellect to intelligence. It is the awakening of the genius within you. Every human being is a genius in their natural state. But the social state has crushed that genius under a mountain of information. We are unearthing the genius. We are resetting the brain to its genius settings. This genius is not about doing something special. It is about being someone special. It is about being you. There has never been anyone like you, and there will never be anyone like you again. You are a unique signature of the divine, but your unique signature has been blurred by the carbon copies of the society. The 60-minute reset is the resharpening of your unique signature. It is the brightening of your unique light. So don't try to copy anyone else's meditation. Don't try to be a good meditator. Be a total one. Be a unique one. Let your shake be your shake. Let your dance be your dance. Let your silence be your silence. In that uniqueness, you will find the universal. Because the universal is not common. It is unique in everyone. The one is many, and the many are one. This is the non-dual realization. This is the brain reset that ends the split. You are the observer and the observed. You are the dancer and the dance. You are the reset and the resetter. Everything is one. And in that oneness, there is no nervous system to be stressed, because there is no other to cause the stress. There is only the play of consciousness. Enjoy the play. Enjoy the 60 minutes. Enjoy the reset. Your brain is a radio, and the spirit is the broadcast. If the radio is out of tune, the broadcast is garbled. We are tuning the radio. We are making sure the vibrations are clear. And what is the broadcast? It is bliss. It is Anand. The universe is blissful. The stars are blissful. The trees are blissful. Only man is miserable. Why? Because only man has a nervous system that can be out of tune. But this is also a blessing, because only man can consciously tune himself. A tree cannot choose to be in tune, it just is. A man can choose to be in tune, and that choice is the beginning of freedom. The 60-minute reset is your choice for freedom. It is your choice for bliss. So choose it every day, every hour if necessary, until the reset state becomes your normal state, until you no longer do meditation, but you are meditation. Then your whole life will be a brain reset. Your every breath will be a new beginning. Your every word will be a sermon. Your every act will be a prayer. This is the life-changing promise. This is the Osho vision. This is your reality. Let the light shine through the wires of your nerves. Let the fire of awareness burn away the rust of your brain. Let the ocean of silence swallow the drop of your ego. You are home. The reset is complete. And this journey into the nervous system is not complete without understanding the mystery of the Gauri Shankar meditation. This is a method specifically designed to work with the pineal gland, the third eye center, which is the master controller of your neurological rhythms. In the first stage of this reset, we use a specific breathing pattern. Breathe in through the nose, filling the lungs totally, and then hold the breath for as long as possible. Then exhale gently through the mouth and keep the lungs empty for as long as possible. Why this holding? When you hold the breath, the carbon dioxide levels in your blood rise. This causes a dilation of the blood vessels in the brain. It is a biological flush. It forces the brain to shift out of its habitual patterns. You will feel a pressure in the forehead, a throbbing. This is the third eye being stimulated. Your nervous system is being pulsed by your own life force. For 15 minutes, you are using the breath as a bellows to fan the fire of your consciousness. And then in the second stage, we use a blue light, or you just look at a candle flame with soft eyes. You don't stare, you look. The difference is vital. Staring is aggressive. It is of the ego. Looking is passive. It is of the heart. When you look at a soft light, the optical nerves, which are the most direct path to the brain, begin to relax. The brain's visual cortex goes into a state of restful alertness. This is a deep brain reset. You are letting the light wash through your synapses. As you go deeper into these 60 minutes, you will find that your body mind becomes a single unified field. There is no longer a you who is breathing, a you who is looking, and a you who is feeling. There is only the process. This oneness is the most efficient state for any biological system. When there is no internal division, there is no internal friction. And when there is no friction, there is no exhaustion. You could live 100 years in this state and never feel tired, because you are not working against yourself. Think of your current state as a static noise on a radio. You are tuned between stations. You hear a little bit of the music, but it's mostly shh. This shh is your stress. It is the sound of your energy being wasted. The 60-minute reset is the process of fine-tuning the dial. We are moving toward the clear signal. And the signal is not something outside of you. The signal is your own presence. You are the music. But the static has become so loud that you have forgotten. In the mandala meditation, which is another powerful tool for a 60-minute reset, we use the act of running in place. Why running? Because running is the most basic, primitive flight response. By running in place with total intensity, you are tricking the nervous system into completing its ancient evolutionary cycle. You are running away from the imaginary tigers of your modern life. You are flushing the adrenaline. You are telling the survival brain, look, we ran, we are safe now. And when you stop after 15 minutes of running and you sit in the silence, the relief in your nervous system is absolute. It is a biological surrender. The brain finally releases its grip on the alarm button. It says, the danger is over. We can rest. This is how you reset a brain that has been stuck in high alert for years. You don't talk to it. You don't rationalize with it. You move it. You use the body to speak to the brain in its own language, the language of action and rest. And as you sit there, you will feel a center forming within you. Most of you are decentered. You are like a wheel that is off its axle. You wobble through life. The 60-minute reset brings you back to the axle. You find the hub of the wheel. The wheel may spin. Life may be fast. The world may be chaotic. but the hub remains still. This stillness in the center of the movement is the definition of a meditative life. It is a nervous system that is at peace in the middle of a war. This is the Zorba, the Buddha secret. The Zorba part of you is the movement, the dance, the running, the shouting. The Buddha part of you is the hub, the silence, the stop, the witnessing. You need both. If you are only a Buddha, you are a static silence. You are dead. If you are only a Zorba, you are a blind movement. You are mad. But when Zorba and Buddha meet in your nervous system, you are a god. You are a complete human being. I see you trying to find this through intellectual means. You read books about the brain. You listen to podcasts about biohacking. You try to think your way into relaxation. But thinking is the problem. You cannot use the disease to cure the disease. You need something that is not of the mind. That is why my methods are so physical, so vocal, so chaotic. They are designed to short circuit the intellect so that the intelligence can appear. Intelligence is a function of a relaxed nervous system. When you are tense, you are stupid. Have you noticed that? When you are stressed, you make mistakes, you forget things, you say things you regret. This is because your higher brain is offline. The lizard brain has taken over. The 60-minute reset brings the higher brain back online. It restores your executive function. It makes you smart again, not with information, but with clarity. This clarity is your greatest asset. With clarity, you don't need rules. You don't need morality. You don't need guidance. You just see what is right and you do it. You see what is harmful and you drop it. This sightedness is the result of a reset brain. It is like having a powerful flashlight in a dark cave. Without the light, you are constantly bumping into walls and falling into holes. With the light, you just walk. So don't settle for stress management. Don't settle for coping. Settle for nothing less than a total transformation. Give yourself these 60 minutes. Be the hurricane so that you can find the eye. The eye of the hurricane is the quietest place on earth, and that place is inside you. It is waiting for you to clear the debris of your ego. The debris is thick, I know. It is made of your reputation, your achievements, your failures, your shame. It's a lot of garbage, but the fire of your totality can burn it all in an hour. This is the alchemical fire. It doesn't leave any S. It just turns everything into light. And when you are made of light, your nervous system is a superconductor. It can carry the highest frequencies of the universe without burning out. Most of you are low voltage people. You can only handle a little bit of joy, a little bit of love, a little bit of truth. If more comes, you get scared or overwhelmed. Your nervous system trips the breaker. The 60-minute reset is an upgrade of your internal wiring. It allows you to handle high voltage bliss. It makes you bliss ready, and the world needs bliss ready people. It has enough misery ready people. It has enough people who are prepared for the worst. I want you to be prepared for the best. I want you to be prepared for the miracle. And the miracle is not something that happens to you. It is something that happens through you when your system is clear. So let the breath be your guide. Let the sake be your teacher. Let the silence be your master. You are the laboratory of life. Conduct the experiment. Don't take my word for it. Try it. Spend the 60 minutes. If nothing happens, you have lost only an hour. But if the reset happens, you have gained an eternity. This is the invitation. It is an invitation to your own greatness. Not the greatness of the ego, but the greatness of the existencier. You are a wave of the ocean. The ocean is vast and the wave is small. But the wave is the ocean. When the reset happens, the wave realizes its oceanness. This realization is the end of all fear. What can happen to the ocean? Nothing. It is eternal. What can happen to you if you are the ocean? Nothing. You are eternal. This is the supreme security. It is the security of the insecure. And it is only found when the nervous system is silent enough to hear the ocean. Keep going. Don't stop at the surface of your relaxation. Go to the abyss. The abyss is only scary to the ego. To the soul, it is home. Fall into it. Let the brain reset be a brain dissolution. And in that dissolution, you will find the mind of God. The mind of God is not a thinking mind, it is a beaming mind. It is a loving mind. It is your mind when it is reset. Stay in the stop. Stay in the silence. Stay in the now. And this now is not a concept that you can grasp with your intellect. It is a physical reality that your nervous system must experience. Let's talk about another profound method for this 60-minute reset, the Devavani meditation. Devavani means divine voice. In this practice, You sit quietly and allow your tongue to move. You don't try to speak, you just let the tongue start to move on its own. It will start making strange sounds like a child's babbling. Why is this a brain reset? Because the speech center is one of the most dominant parts of the human brain. It is always busy, always calculating, always projecting. When you allow your tongue to move in glossolalia without any conscious control, you are essentially unplugging the speech center from the ego. You are letting the motor cortex function without the interference of the meaning making mind. This creates a profound state of lelation, the state of the infant before language. In this state, the nervous system feels an immense relief. The brain, which is usually exhausted from the effort of maintaining logical speech, suddenly finds itself in a playground of pure sound. For 15 minutes, you just let the sounds happen. Don't worry about what they mean. They mean nothing, and that is their beauty. They are just vibrations. And as you let the sounds flow, you will feel a tension melting in your throat, in your jaw, and in your temples. Your nervous system is being retuned to a pre-verbal frequency. This is the frequency of the soul. Language is of the world. Sound is of the divine. By moving into pure sound, you are resetting your brain to its factory settings. Then after the sound, you move into a stage of whirling. If you cannot whirl like a dervish, you can simply turn slowly. Whirling is one of the most ancient and powerful methods for a nervous system reset. When you whirl, the external world becomes a blur. Your peripheral vision is neutralized. The equilibrium center in your inner ear is challenged. To keep from falling, your consciousness is forced to find a center that is not dependent on the outside world. This center is the still point. As the body moves faster and faster, the inner witness becomes more and more still. It is like the center of a wheel. The faster the wheel spins, the more silent the hub is. This hub is your true self. When your nervous system finds this hub, all the peripheral stresses, the worries about money, the anxieties about health, the social pressures, simply fly off the wheel. They cannot stay attached to a system that is centered. A decentered person is a person whose nervous system is always reacting to the spinning of the world. A centered person is someone who knows the silence at the core of the movement. This 60-minute reset is a way to find that excel And once you find it, you can never truly be lost again. You may still have to deal with the world. You may still have to face challenges, but you will do so from the hub, not from the rim. Think about the way you hold your body. Your posture is a diary of your neurosis. Every time you were afraid, your shoulders moved up. Every time you were ashamed, your chest collapsed. Every time you were angry and couldn't express it, your jaw tightened. Your nervous system is literally wired into these physical shapes. You cannot have a reset brain in a knotted body. This is why we use the heart meditation. We place our hands on the heart center and we breathe. We imagine that we are breathing through the heart. This is not just a visualization, it is a physiological shift. The heart has its own neural network, its own intelligence. When you focus on the heart, you are activating the vagus nerve, which is the main brake of your nervous system. It sends a message to the brain: all is safe. You can stop the fight. You can stop the flight. You can just be. The modern human is vagus starved. Your vagus nerve is weak because it is never used. You are always on, always in the sympathetic state of arousal. The 60-minute reset is an intensive training for the vagus nerve. It's like a gym for your peace system. By the time the hour is over, your vagus nerve is toned, your heart rate is coherent, and your brain is bathed in the chemicals of contentment. This is the only way to live a truly life-changing existence. You cannot change your life by changing your job, or your partner, or your house. Those are just external changes. If the observer is still stressed, the new job will soon become stressful. The new partner will soon become a burden. The new house will soon become a cage. But if the observer is reset, if the nervous system is silent, then any job is a joy, any partner is a fellow traveler, and any house is a palace. I am interested in the internal revolution, and this revolution is 100% biological. It is about your nerves, your blood, your breath, and your synapses. If you can master these, you are the master of the world. Not a master who wants to rule others, but a master who is so full of himself that he has no need to rule anyone. A master who is self-contained. Your brain is currently leaking energy in 1,000 directions. You are worried about what happened yesterday. You are anxious about what will happen tomorrow. You are thinking about someone who doesn't even like you. This is leakage. It's like a bucket with 100 holes. No matter how much pleasure or success you pour into it, it will always be empty. The 60-minute reset plugs the holes. It brings all your energy back to the center. It makes you solid. And when you are solid, you are no longer a victim of the environment. You are like a rock in a stream. The water flows around you, but it doesn't move you. The world can be as chaotic as it wants, but your brain reset remains intact. This is the state of equanimity. It is not indifference, it is intense presence without attachment. You see everything, you feel everything, but you are not hooked by anything. This is the peak of human neurological evolution. This is what it means to be a Buddha. And I am telling you, it only takes 60 minutes of totality to start this process. Why 60 minutes? Because the body needs time to sift its chemistry. It takes about 15 minutes of movement to start burning the cortisol. It takes another 15 minutes of intensity to trigger the endorphins. And it takes about 30 minutes of silence to allow the new neural pathways to stabilize. It is a biological cycle. If you stop after 10 minutes, you haven't completed the cycle. You just stirred up the mud without washing it away. You must be scientific with your own body. Treat it with respect. Give it the time it needs to heal itself. Your nervous system has an incredible capacity for self-repair, but it cannot do it while you are constantly interfering with your thoughts and worries. You have to get out of the way. The 60-minute reset is the process of getting out of the way. And when you are out of the way, the divine can function through you. Don't be afraid of the word divine. It just means the total energy of the universe. When you are relaxed, you are in tune with that total energy. You are no longer a separate note. You are part of the symphony. And the symphony is never stressed. The symphony is never anxious. The symphony is just music. So let the music play. Let the energy move. Let the brain reset be your daily bread. You wouldn't go a day without washing your body. Why do you go for years without washing your brain? Your brain is the most absorbent thing in the universe. It picks up every germ of fear and every virus of anxiety from the society. You need to disinfect it every day. The 60-minute reset is your psychic disinfectant. It kills the bacteria of the ego and leaves the organs of the soul healthy and vibrant. And when you are healthy, you are naturally moral. You don't need a book to tell you not to kill or not to steal. A healthy person doesn't want to hurt anyone because a healthy person is in love with life. Only a sick person, a person with a fried nervous system, wants to cause pain. So, the greatest social service you can do is to reset your own brain. The more reset people there are, the less violence there will be, the less greed there will be, and the less misery there will be. It all starts with you. It starts with this 1 hour. Don't let the mind talk you out of it. The mind is a traitor. It wants to keep you in the prison because it is the jailer. If you are free, the mind loses its job. So it will tell you that you are too busy, or that this is nonsense, or that you should do it tomorrow. But tomorrow is the mind's favorite word. It is a trap. There is no tomorrow. There is only now. Do it now. Reset now. Breathe now. Shake now. You are the masterpiece. Don't let the dust of the world hide your beauty. Polish the mirror. Clear the path. Find the silence. The brain is a biocomputer, but it is also a spiritual instrument. It is the bridge between the matter and the spirit. If the bridge is broken, you are just a piece of meat walking around. If the bridge is reset, you are a light shining in the darkness. Which one do you want to be? I know your answer. Your heart is already saying yes. Your nervous system is already vibrating in anticipation. Don't wait. Dive in. Total intensity, total silence, total reset. And remember, this is not a task to be finished. It is a life to be lived. Each time you do the 60-minute reset, it is a new creation. You are creating yourself anew. You are rebirthing yourself. And what could be more exciting than that? To be new every day, to be fresh every hour, to be silent in every breath. This is the life-changing secret, and it is yours. It has always been yours. You just had to remember. I am here to help you remember. I am here to hold the mirror for you. Look into it. See the Buddha that is hiding behind your stress. See the silence that is hiding behind your noise. See the reset that is hiding behind your fried nerves. It is there, I promise you. So let the who reach your hara. Let the shake reach your cells. Let the dance reach your soul. and let the silence reach the end of the world. You are the reset. You are the beginning. You are the end. Everything else is just software. Now let us delve into the silence of the Nada Brahma. This is an old Tibetan technique which originally was done in the early morning hours. It is a method of centering. In the first part, you hum. You hum so deeply that your whole body starts vibrating. It is not just in the mouth, it is in the stomach, in the legs, in the very marrow of your bones. Why? Because vibration is the language of the nervous system. When you hum, you are harmonizing the internal organs. You are creating a resonance that acts as a bridge between the physical and the spiritual. Your brain, which is usually a chaotic marketplace of conflicting voices, suddenly hears only one sound, the sound of your own life force. This single pointed focus is a powerful brain reset. It clears the neural noise. It is like tuning a radio to a single clear frequency. The humming should be loud enough for others to hear, but more importantly, it should be felt by you. It is an internal massage. Then, in the second stage, you move your hands. Slow, circular movements. Why the hands? Because the hands are the extensions of your heart and your brain. By moving them in a specific rhythmic way, circularly, outward, you are giving. You are sharing your energy with the universe. And then you turn them inward and you receive. This giving and receiving is the fundamental rhythm of life. Your nervous system is designed for this rhythm, but you have become one-sided. You are either always trying to get or always trying to protect. You have forgotten how to flow. The 60-minute reset restores the flow. It reminds your synapses that they are part of a larger circuit. You are not a closed system. You are an open system in constant dialogue with the cosmos. When you realize this, the stress of doing it all yourself disappears. You realize that you are being breathed by the universe, being lived by existence. This realization is the ultimate neurological sigh of relief. Think of your ego as a clenched fist. It is a state of constant contraction. This contraction is what causes the tension in your head, the knots in your stomach, the rigidity in your spine. To reset, you must unclench. But you cannot unclench by trying. That is just more clenching. You must move into a state of let go. The Nada Brahma, the whirling, the laughter, These are all ways to distract the ego so that the fist can open by itself. And when the fist opens, what do you find? You find that you were holding on to nothing. The ego is an empty hand. There is nothing to protect, nothing to defend, and nothing to lose. This is the fearlessness of the Buddha. A nervous system that has nothing to lose is a nervous system that is perpetually at peace. It can face any storm, any challenge, any tragedy, and remain as calm as a deep forest at midnight. This is the brain reset that changes your very DNA. We are not just talking about feeling better for a few hours. We are talking about a mutational leap. We are moving from the mind man to the consciousness man. The mind man is a creature of the past, a slave to his conditioning. The consciousness man is a creature of the now, a master of his own energy. The 60-minute reset is the birth canal for this new human being. It is intense, it is chaotic, and it can be painful, but it is the only way to be born. You cannot stay in the womb of your old habits forever. Eventually, the womb becomes a tomb. You must break out. You must whoo. You must shake. You must dance until the old skin falls away. Look at the way you breathe. Most of you breathe as if you are stealing air from the universe. You breathe shallowly, only in the chest. This is the anxiety breath. It keeps your nervous system in a state of mild panic. In our 60-minute reset, we use the belly breath. We breathe down into the hara. When the hara expands, the brain relaxes. There is a direct nerve line between the hara and the brain. A full belly means a peaceful mind. In the Nataraj meditation, we use the dance as a total let go. This is not a learned dance. It is not ballet or jazz. It is the dance of the innocent. You let the body move as it wants. If it wants to be graceful, let it be graceful. If it wants to be awkward, let it be awkward. The brain reset happens when you stop managing the movement, when the dancer disappears and only the dance remains. In that moment of pure movement, your nervous system is reformatted. The old patterns of how to walk, how to sit, and how to be are bypassed. You are moving as pure energy. And energy has no stress. Energy is just a play. This is the Leela of the Hindus, the play of the divine. When you become Leela, Your brain is reset to the play mode, and the play mode is the healthiest mode for a human being. Why do we have so much depression today? Because we have forgotten how to play. We have turned everything into work. Even our leisure is work. We go to the gym to work out. We go on vacation to recharge for more work. We have become production units. But the 60-minute reset is unwork. It is a return to the state of non-doing. Even the active stages are a form of non-doing because you are not doing them. You are allowing them to happen through you. This passivity in action is the greatest secret of the East. It is the Wu Wei of Lao Tzu. It is doing without being a doer. When you are not a doer, there is no ego friction. Your nervous system stays cool even in the middle of a fire. You can work 12 hours a day and still be as fresh as a daisy if you are not the doer. It is the doer who gets tired, not the body. The 60-minute reset is a training in non-doing. Through the intensity of the shaking and the dancing, you reach a point where you cannot do it anymore. The body takes over. And then in the stop, you realize that life was always happening by itself. You were just interfering with it. This realization is the end of all neurosis. A neurotic is someone who thinks he has to run the whole universe. A reset person is someone who knows that the universe is running quite well on its own and he can just enjoy the ride. Think of your brain as a searchlight. Usually, you are shining the light outward, looking for things to change, things to fix, things to acquire. The 60-minute reset is about turning the searchlight inward. You are looking at the source of the light. This is what we call pratyahar, the withdrawal of the senses. When the senses are turned inward, the nervous system becomes self-illuminated. You find a light that does not need fuel. You find a silence that does not need quiet. This is the internal sun. And once you have found it, you are no longer a beggar in the world. You are a king. You have your own internal wealth. You don't need anyone to make you happy because you are happiness. You don't need anyone to make you peaceful because you are peace. This independence is the ultimate neurological health. It is the first and last freedom. Let the Gauri Shankar meditation show you the way to the third eye. Let the Nad Brahma show you the way to the center. Let the dynamic show you the way to the abyss. All these methods are just different keys to the same door, and the door is your own nervous system. Right now, the door is locked from the inside, and you have lost the key. But the key is hidden in your breath, in your voice, and in your body. Through the 60-minute reset, we find the key, we turn it, we open the door, and what do we find? We find that there was no door and there was no prison. It was all an illusion of the tired brain. You are free. You have always been free. But a tense person cannot feel freedom. Only a relaxed person can. The 60-minute reset is not giving you freedom. It is giving you the relaxation necessary to feel the freedom that is already there. So don't be afraid to dive deep. Don't be afraid to lose your mind. The mind is a small, dusty room. Consciousness is the vast, open sky. Lose the room and find the sky. This is the brain reset in its totality. I see you standing on the edge. You are afraid to jump, but I am telling you, there is no ground. You cannot fall. You are already in the infinite. Just let go of the rope of your ego. The rope is what is hurting your hands. The rope is what is causing the tension in your arms. Let go and find that you are flying. This flight is the life of a meditator. It is a life of weightlessness. It is a life where the nervous system is as light as a feather. And in that lightness, there is a laughter that echoes through the cosmos. This is the message. This is the reset. This is the life. Be the dance. Be the who. Be the silence. And welcome to the universe. And now let us move into the heart of the mystery, into the prayer meditation. Most of you have been taught that prayer is a set of words, a petition to a God sitting somewhere in the clouds. But I tell you, that is not prayer. That is just a business transaction. You are trying to bargain with the universe. True prayer is a state of the nervous system where the me is completely absent and only a listening remains. In our 60-minute journey, prayer is the final flowering of the reset. It is the moment when the energy that has been stirred by the shaking and the dancing finally reaches the crown of the head and overflows. To prepare the nervous system for this overflow, we use a specific posture. You kneel, you raise your hands toward the sky, and you feel as if you are a hollow vessel. This is the ultimate brain reset. Why? Because when you raise your hands and open your palms, you are signaling to your brain that you are no longer in defense mode. You are in reception mode. The palms are highly sensitive, energetic portals. When they are open to the sky, the brain's motor centers go into a state of blissful passivity. You feel a coolness entering through your fingertips. This is not your imagination, it is the prana, the life force of the universe, entering into your circuit. As the energy pours in, you feel a trembling. Let the trembling happen. This is the nervous system adjusting to a higher voltage. It is like an old wire that is suddenly carrying a massive current. It vibrates. For 15 minutes, you are simply a bridge between the earth and the sky. You are no longer an individual, you are a conduit. This state of being a conduit is the most restorative state possible for the human brain. It removes the burden of selfhood. You realize that you don't have to generate your own energy. You just have to allow the universal energy to flow through you. Then there is the Atisa's heart meditation. This is perhaps the most revolutionary method for resetting the emotional centers of the brain. Usually, your instinct is to avoid pain and seek pleasure. When you feel sadness or anxiety, you try to push it away. This pushing is a major source of neurological tension. Atisa tells us to do the opposite. When you breathe in all the suffering of the world. Breathe in the darkness, the pain, the misery. Let it come into your heart. The mind will scream, "No, this is dangerous. I will be destroyed." But I tell you, your heart is an alchemical laboratory. It has the power to transform poison into nectar. As you breathe in the suffering, feel the heart absorbing it and transforming it. And when you breathe out joy, breathe out light, breathe out a blessing. This circulatory breathing resets the amygdala, the fear center of the brain. You are teaching your nervous system that it is not a victim of the environment, but a transformer of the environment. You are no longer afraid of bad energy because you know you have the power to turn it into good energy. This 60-minute process is a symphony of these shifts. We move from the physical to the vocal, from the vocal to the emotional, and finally to the purely conscious. Each stage is a layer of the reset. By the time you reach the end, you are no longer the person who started. The old brain, with its ruts of worry and its loops of anxiety has been bypassed. A new brain has been activated, a brain that is rooted in the hara, centered in the heart, and open in the third eye. Think about the concept of no mind. People think no mind means being a vegetable. No, no mind is the peak of intelligence. It is a state where the brain is perfectly still but perfectly alert. It is like a mirror that reflects everything but holds on to nothing. When a bird flies past the mirror, it is reflected. When the bird is gone, the mirror is empty again. This emptiness is the brain reset. Your brain is currently like a mirror that has stuck images on it. You are still reflecting your childhood, your past failures, your future fears. The mirror is so crowded that you can no longer see the now. The 60-minute reset wipes the mirror clean. Through the intensity of the active stages, we are scrubbing the surface. Through the silence of the passive stages, we are polishing it. And in the no mind stage, the mirror is finally free. For the first time, you see the world as it is, vibrant, mysterious, and full of light. You see that the problems you were so worried about were just dust on the glass. The dust is gone and the problem has vanished. This is why I say that meditation is the only medication for the modern world. Your problems are not real. They are neurological habits. You have a habit of being anxious. You have a habit of being tired. You have a habit of being fried. These habits are etched into your neural pathways like ruts in a muddy road. You cannot get out of the rut by thinking. You need to jump out. The 60-minute reset is the jump. It is a quantum leap from the habit brain to the awareness brain. Let's talk about the plexus. Your nervous system is organized around several major plexuses or centers. The most important one for the modern man is the solar plexus, the seat of the ego and the will. This center is currently overstimulated. You are always willing things to happen, always trying, always struggling. This keeps the solar plexus in a state of chronic clench. This clench sends signals of stress to the entire body. The brain reset is about moving the center of gravity from the solar plexus down to the hara, which is located 2 inches below the navel. The hara is the center of non-willing. It is the center of being. When you breathe into the hara, the solar plexus relaxes. The clench is released. Suddenly, your whole nervous system feels grounded. You are no longer top heavy. You are like a pyramid, wide and stable at the base. This hara centering is the secret of the Japanese samurai and the Zen masters. They could stay calm in the middle of a battle because their nervous systems were rooted in the hara. In the 60-minute reset, we use the hu sound and the shaking to activate the hara. We are pulling the energy down from the overheated brain and the overstimulated solar plexus and storing it in the battery of the hara. Once the hara is full, the brain can finally cool down. It no longer has to do all the work. It can just be a monitor, a witness. This is the brain reset in its most functional form. The brain is no longer the master who is exhausted by his own tyranny. It is the servant who is resting in the presence of the master. The master is your consciousness. The master is the one who is aware of the brain. Most of you have forgotten the master. You have become so identified with the servant, the brain, that you think you are the servant. And because the servant is tired, you think you are tired. But the master is never tired. The master is eternal. The 60-minute reset is a way to remember the master. It is a way to step back from the machinery of the brain and realize I am the one who is observing this machine. This stepping back is what we call disidentification. It is the most powerful reset button in existence. The moment you realize I am not my thoughts, the thoughts lose their power to stress you. The moment you realize I am not my anxiety, the anxiety loses its grip on your nerves. You are like a person who has been watching a scary movie and suddenly remembers, oh, I am just in a theater. This is just light on a screen. The fear is still on the screen, but it is no longer in your nervous system. This is the freedom I want for you. A freedom that is not of the world but in the world. You will still have to pay your bills. You will still have to deal with difficult people. You will still have to face the chaos of life. But you will do it from the silent center. Your nervous system will be like the deep ocean. Even if there is a storm on the surface, the depths remain untouched. The brain reset is the journey to the depths. And don't be discouraged if you don't reach the depths in your first 60 minutes. You have spent decades living on the surface. The surface has become a habit. But every time you do the reset, you are thinning the habit. You are creating a new habit of silence. Eventually, the silence will become your default setting. You will find yourself meditating while you are driving, while you are working, while you are talking. The 60 minutes will become 24 hours. This is the life-changing promise. It is a total overhaul of your existence. You are moving from a linear life, a life of getting somewhere, to a circular life, a life of being here. In the circular life, there is no stress because there is no destination. Every point on the circle is the beginning, and every point is the end. You are always home. Think of your nervous system as a garden. For years, you have allowed the weeds of social conditioning to grow. You have allowed the dust of the world to settle on the flowers. The 60-minute reset is the gardening hour. We are pulling the weeds, we are watering the soil, we are pruning the dead branches. And when the work is done, the beauty appears of its own accord. You don't create the beauty, you just reveal it. Your original nature is beauty. Your original nature is bliss. Your original nature is silence. Anything else is just noise that you have picked up along the way. The brain reset is the process of dropping the noise. It is an unlearning. I am not teaching you anything new. I am helping you to forget the false. And when the false is forgotten, the true is there, shining in its own light. So let the shaking be your prayer. Let the dancing be your scripture. Let the who be your mantra. And let the silence be your God. There is no other God than the silence of a reset nervous system. There is no other temple than a healthy body. And there is no other heaven than the now. As you move through these stages, remember to be gentle with yourself. Don't fight the tension. Invite it to move. Don't suppress the thoughts. Watch them pass. You are the witness, and the witness is always at peace. The brain reset is simply the awakening of the witness. Once the witness is awake, the brain can finally fulfill its true purpose. It can be a beautiful musical instrument. It can be a creative tool. It can be a bridge of love. But it can only do these things when it is tuned and silent. The 60-minute reset is the tuning. So take this hour. It is the most precious hour of your life. It is the hour when you stop being a human doing and start being a human being. And in that being, all the problems of your life are resolved. They are not solved by the intellect, they are dissolved by the presence. This is the alchemical secret. Presence is the universal solvent. It dissolves the ego, it dissolves the tension, it dissolves the past. And what is left is liquid consciousness. A consciousness that can flow into any shape, any situation, any challenge, and remain itself. This is the reset nervous system. This is the brain reset. Go into it with total trust. The universe is not against you. The universe is for you. It wants you to be whole. It wants you to be happy. It wants you to be silent. All you have to do is cooperate. The 60-minute reset is your act of cooperation with the divine. And as you cooperate, you will feel a grace descending upon you. You will feel that you are being supported by invisible hands. This is the return to the source. You have been a prodigal son, wandering in the desert of the mind. Now you are returning to the Father's house, the house of the heart. And in the house of the heart, there is a feast waiting for you. The feast of silence, the feast of joy, the feast of ecstasy. Welcome to the feast. Welcome to the reset. Welcome to yourself. The human brain is often compared to a computer, but it is much more than that. It is a living biocomputer that is capable of rewriting its own code. Most of you are running on outdated software, the software of your ancestors, the software of your tribal fears, the software of your childhood traumas. This software is buggy and it causes your system to crash in the form of stress and burnout. The 60-minute reset is the update. We are installing the software of awareness. This awareness software is much more efficient. It doesn't need to calculate everything. It sees. It doesn't need to worry about the future. It responds to the present. It doesn't need to hold on to the past. It learns and moves on. When this software is running, your nervous system is cool. There is no overheating. You can handle a massive amount of data, life, without feeling fried. This is the biological evolution I am talking about. We are moving from the reasoning man to the intuitive man. Reason is slow, intuition is instantaneous. Reason is of the brain, intuition is of the whole being. The brain reset is the process of opening the door to intuition. When the static of the thinking mind is silenced, the signal of intuition can be heard, and this signal is your internal compass. It will guide you through the storm of life. It will tell you when to move and when to stay still. It will tell you who to trust and who to avoid. You won't have to think about it, you will just know. This knowing is the greatest relaxation possible. It removes the stress of choice. You are no longer divided against yourself. You are a single action. This singleness is what the nervous system has been craving. All your stress comes from division. You want to be here, but you think you should be there. You are doing this, but you are thinking about that. This internal split is what fries your nerves. The 60-minute reset heals the split. It brings you all together into the now. And in the now, there is no two. There is only one. This oneness is health. This oneness is wholeness. This oneness is holiness. As you finish your 60 minutes, don't rush back into your life. Stay in the vibration of the reset for a few minutes. Walk slowly. Speak softly. Eat mindfully. Treat your reset brain like a newborn baby with tenderness and care. Don't let the noise of the world scare it away. Eventually, the newborn will grow. It will become a strong presence that can stand in the middle of any marketplace and remain in meditation. This is the ultimate goal, to be a meditator in the world, to have a reset nervous system while you are doing your taxes, while you are in a traffic jam, while you are facing a crisis. This is the Zorba, the Buddha life. It is the only life worth living. Anything else is just survival. I don't want you to survive, I want you to celebrate. And celebration is only possible when your system is reset. So celebrate the shaking, celebrate the dancing, celebrate the who, celebrate the silence, celebrate yourself. You are the greatest miracle in the universe. Don't live like a mistake. Reset the brain and live like the miracle you are. The brain reset is not a task you do once and then forget. It is a way of being. It is the hygiene of the soul. Just as you wash your face every morning, you must wash your nervous system. You must clear the psychic dust that accumulates through the friction of living. When you live with a clean system, life has a different flavor. Even the most ordinary things become extraordinary. Drinking a cup of tea becomes a sacred ceremony. Walking to the park becomes a pilgrimage. Looking at a tree becomes a sermon. This sanctification of the ordinary is the result of a reset brain. You are no longer bored because you are aware. You are no longer stressed because you are at home. This is the new earth I am talking about. An earth populated by reset humans. Humans who are no longer driven by unconscious scripts. Humans who are sovereign and free. It all begins with your 60 minutes. It all begins with your yes. Say yes to the chaos. Say yes to the silence. Say yes to the reset. And I am here, laughing with you, dancing with you, and being silent with you. We are not two. We are the same silence. We are the same reset. The journey is over, and the journey has just begun. Open your eyes, breathe deep, and step into your new life. The world is waiting for your light. Don't keep it hidden behind your stress. Reset the brain and let the light shine. You are the answer you have been looking for. You are the peace you have been seeking. You are the silence you have been craving. Just reset and be. And this centering, this finding of the hub is not a one-time achievement. It is a constant rediscovery. Your nervous system is like a musical instrument that needs to be tuned every single day. You wouldn't expect a guitar to stay in tune forever. So why do you expect your brain to stay calm after just 1 hour of peace? The 60-minute reset is your daily tuning. And one of the most subtle yet powerful tools for this tuning is the vipassana of the breath. But I don't teach the dry ascetic vipassana of the old monks. I teach a vipassana that is full of juice. In this stage of the reset, you simply sit. You don't try to breathe in a certain way. You just watch the breath as it comes in and as it goes out. There is a small point, a tiny gap at the end of the inhalation before the exhalation begins. And there is another gap at the end of the exhalation before the next inhalation begins. These gaps are the reset points of the universe. In these gaps, for a microsecond, the mind stops. The nervous system is in a state of absolute suspension. It is neither receiving nor giving. It is just is. If you can catch even one of these gaps in your 60 minutes, the brain reset will be deeper than any sleep you have ever had. Because in that gap, you are touching the unmanifested. You are plugging your nerves directly into the void. And the void is the source of all energy. Most people are afraid of the void. They are afraid of the nothingness. But nothingness is not empty. It is no thingness. It is the state before things are created. It is pure potential. When your brain touches this potential, it is like hitting the refresh button on your entire existence. The old tired things, the old thoughts, the old memories, the old tensions cannot survive in the presence of the no thing. They evaporate. This is the Satori of the Zen masters. It is not something far away. It is as close as your next breath. But to see it, your nervous system must be quiet enough. This is why we do the shaking and the dancing first. We have to clear the noise so that the silence of the gap can be heard. It is a very delicate music. You cannot hear it if you are shouting inside. Think about your eyes again. The eyes are the leaders of the nervous system. Where the eyes go, the energy follows. In the 60-minute reset, we practice soft sight. You look at the world, but you don't focus on any one thing. You let the whole periphery be present. This is a profound neurological shift. Focusing is an act of the will. It activates the sympathetic nervous system. Peripheral vision is an act of surrender. It activates the parasympathetic nervous system. By practicing soft sight for 15 minutes, you are giving your frontal lobe a total rest. You are allowing the occipital lobe to function without the pressure of meaning. You are just taking in the light. This is a brain reset that you can feel immediately. The tension in your forehead vanishes. The pressure behind your eyes dissolves. You feel a sense of a spaciousness in your skull. This spaciousness is the home of creativity. A crowded brain cannot create. It can only rearrange old ideas. A spacious brain can receive the new. This is why all the great discoveries, all the great poems, and all the great music have come out of silence. The creators were people who knew consciously or unconsciously how to reset their own brains. They knew how to step out of the social mind and into the universal mind. And you can do the same. You are not a consumer of life, you are a creator. But you have been trained to be a consumer. You have been trained to take in information, take in stress, and take in orders. The 60-minute reset is the process of detraining. It is the great unlearning. Consider the role of touch. Your skin is the largest organ of your nervous system. In the final stage of the reset, when you are lying down, feel the contact of your body with the floor. Feel the gravity pulling you down. Most of the time, you are fighting gravity. You are holding yourself up. This is a constant, unconscious tension in your postural muscles. In the reset, we practice total surrender to gravity. You let the floor hold you. You don't hold yourself. You imagine that you are melting into the earth. This sends a powerful signal to the brain stem. The struggle is over. You are supported. You can let go. This is the deepest postural reset possible. It releases the deep core muscles that are usually locked in a state of ready to fight. When these muscles relax, the energy that was trapped in them is released. It starts to move up the spine. You might feel waves of pleasure or shivers of joy. This is the nervous system celebrating its freedom. It is like a prisoner who has just been told the gates are open. The joy of the release is what we call bliss. And this bliss is healative. It repairs the myelin sheath of your nerves. It balances your hormones. It synchronizes your brain waves. It is the ultimate multivitamin for your soul. And you don't need to buy it from a store. You have a bliss factory inside you. You just haven't been operating it because you were too busy running the stress factory. The 60-minute reset is the change of management. You are firing the stress manager and hiring the bliss manager. And the bliss manager is awareness. Awareness is the only thing that is eternal in you. Your body will change, your thoughts will change, your emotions will change, but the awareness that is watching all this never changes. It is the same awareness that you had when you were a baby, and it is the same awareness you will have when you are old. By rooting your nervous system in this unchanging awareness, you become invulnerable. This is the life-changing secret of the Buddhas. They found the unchanging in the middle of the changing. They found the silent in the middle of the noisy. And you are doing the same through these 60 minutes. You are mining for the gold of awareness in the mountain of mind. The mind is a heavy thing. Awareness is weightless. When you are in your mind, you feel the burden of life. When you are in awareness, you feel the wings of life. The brain reset is the transition from burden to wings. And once you have wings, you will never want to crawl again. You will still walk on the earth, but you will do so with a lightness that is infectious. People will ask you, "What happened to you? Why are you so calm? Why are you so happy?" And you will just smile, because you cannot explain a reset, you can only be it. The world is a marketplace, and the marketplace is always loud. I am not asking you to leave the marketplace. I am asking you to bring your internal temple into the marketplace. If you have a temple inside you, the noise of the marketplace doesn't matter. It becomes just like the shaking in the meditation, just more energy to be witnessed. This is the ultimate mastery, to be in the middle of a crisis and to be as silent as a mountain, to be in the middle of chaos and to be as centered as a hurricane's eye. This is what the 60-minute reset is preparing you for. It is not an escape from life, it is a preparation for life. The modern world is overstimulating your nervous system on purpose. It wants you to be distracted, because a distracted person is easy to control. A distracted person doesn't ask why. A distracted person doesn't see the truth. But a reset person is undistractable. His awareness is like a laser beam. It cuts through the lies of the society and sees the reality of existence. This is why meditation is a rebellion. It is the greatest rebellion there is. You are refusing to be a nervous wreck. You are refusing to be an anxious slave. You are choosing to be a joyful master. And this mastery is not hard to achieve. It is natural. It is your original state. You are just returning to it. Like a river returning to the ocean. The river doesn't work to get to the ocean, it just flows. The 60-minute reset is the process of removing the dams and the obstacles that are stopping your flow. Let the shaking remove the dams of fear. Let the dancing remove the dams of repression. Let the who remove the dams of ego, and let the silence be the ocean. You are the ocean. You have always been the ocean. The river was just a journey. This is the final reset. It is the realization that there was nothing to reset, because your essence was never broken. Only the software was glitchy. And now the software has been rewritten. Walk out of your 60 minutes with this new software. Walk out with new eyes. Walk out with a new heart. The world is waiting for you. Not the old you, but the reset you. The world is thirsty for your silence. The world is hungry for your joy. The world is desperate for your love. Don't let it wait any longer. Reset the brain and give the world what it needs. Give it you. This you is the gift of God. This you is the masterpiece of nature. This you is everything. Stay with the breath. Stay with the gap. Stay with the silence. And remember, I am with you. Not as a person, but as the silence itself. When you are silent, I am there. When you are joyful, I am there. When you are reset, we are one. There is no Osho and there is no you. There is only the total energy of existence celebrating itself. And that celebration is the brain reset. The human nervous system is also deeply connected to the elements. Your body is made of earth, water, fire, and air. Most of the time, these elements are in conflict within you. Your fire is fighting your water. Your air is drying up your earth. The 60-minute reset is a process of harmonizing the elements. In the shaking, you are activating the fire. You are burning the toxins. In the dancing, you are activating the water. You are becoming fluid, flowing. In the who, you are activating the air. You are clearing the psychic space. And in the silence, you are returning to the earth. You are grounded, stable, and real. When the elements are in harmony, your nervous system is in a state of homeostasis. This is the biological holy grail. It is the state where the body can heal any disease, the brain can solve any problem, and the soul can experience any bliss. This is the reset system at its peak. You don't need a guru to tell you how to do this. Your body already knows. You just have to listen. The 60-minute reset is a lesson in listening. You are listening to the voice of your nerves. You are listening to the whisper of your cells. You are listening to the silence of your soul. And what are they saying? They are saying, relax, trust, let go, celebrate. This is the only scripture you need. It is written in your own DNA. It is the gospel of joy. So don't let the noise of the world drown it out. Every day, give yourself the 60 minutes to read your own scripture, to reset your own brain, to reclaim your own life. You are a universe in yourself. Explore it, love it, reset it. The brain's default mode is one of lack. It always feels like it needs more money, more love, more attention. This sense of lack is the root of all tension. It keeps the nervous system in a state of hunting. But the 60-minute reset moves the brain into the mode of abundance. In the silence, you realize that you already have everything. You have the air, you have the light, you have the silence, you have the awareness. What more could you need? This sense of sufficiency is the ultimate neurological relaxation. It turns off the hunting mechanism. It allows the nervous system to rest in the present moment. A contented brain is a powerful brain. It is no longer begging for energy from the outside. It is generating energy from the inside. This is the sovereignty of the meditator. He is his own source, and this source is inexhaustible. The more you give from this source, the more it fills up. The more you reset, the more reset you become. It is a positive spiral. So start the spiral today. Don't let the old software run for another minute. Hit the reset button. Dive into the chaos. Find the silence. The new man is not a dream. He is a biological possibility. And he is born through the 60-minute labor of meditation. Be the mother and the child of your own transformation. Reset the brain and give birth to the Buddha within. The Buddha is not a god to be worshipped. He is a state of the nervous system to be lived. He is the silent brain. He is the joyful heart. He is the grounded body. He is you. Reset. And as you stand there or sit there in this newly found clarity, you might feel a flicker of fear. The mind, the old jailer, whispers, "But how long will this last? How can I keep this peace when the video ends and the world comes rushing back?" This is a natural question. You have spent years building the prison. You cannot expect to live in the open sky without feeling a little bit of agoraphobia at first. This is why I have made these maps available to you. To truly ground this reset into your daily life, to have the specific instructions and the subtle nuances of these techniques always at your fingertips, I highly recommend you look into our ebooks. They are not just books, they are manuals for your transformation. You can find the links in the description. Having them is like having a compass in the middle of a storm. They ensure that you never lose your way back to this silence. If you are feeling this resonance, this deep aha in your nerves, Please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to this channel. This is our way of creating a global Buddha field. When you subscribe, you are not just following a channel, you are joining a movement of consciousness. Every like, every subscription helps this frequency reach another tired soul who is desperately looking for a brain reset. You must understand that the nervous system is a living, breathing entity. It learns through repetition. The 60-minute reset is like a software update. But to keep the system running smoothly, you must run the program regularly. That is why we gather here. That is why we share these discourses. For those who want to go even deeper, who want to be a pillar of this community, clicking the join button offers you a way to be more intimately connected with this work. Your membership helps us sustain this oasis of meditation in a world that is increasingly becoming a desert of noise. And for those who feel a deep gratitude for this shift, who feel that their very life has been touched by this hour, the super thanks button is available. Think of it not as a donation, but as an energy exchange. When you give, you open a door to receive even more. Your support allows us to continue refining these tools and bringing the message of Zorba the Buddha to every corner of the earth. Let's look at the final integration. After the 60 minutes are over, how do you walk? How do you talk? You walk as if the earth is a sacred ground. You talk as if every word is a poem. This is not an effort. It is the natural byproduct of a reset nervous system. When the brain is cool and the heart is open, you cannot be anything but graceful. The modern world tells you that you have to be tough. It tells you that your nerves should be made of steel. But steel is dead. I want your nerves to be made of silk, strong yet incredibly sensitive. A silk thread can feel the slightest breeze. That is how I want you to be. Sensitive to the beauty of a sunset, sensitive to the pain of a neighbor, sensitive to the joy of a child. This sensitivity is your true intelligence. It is the intelligence of the whole body, not just the thinking brain. In the 60-minute reset, we have shifted the center of your intelligence from the ego to the soul. The ego is always calculating what is in it for me. The soul is always experiencing the wonder of it all. Think of your life as a continuous meditation. The 60 minutes you spend in intensity are just the charging of the battery. The rest of the day is the shining of the light. If the battery is well charged, the light will be bright. If you skip the reset, the light will flicker and eventually go out, leaving you in the darkness of stress once again. This is the biological revolution. We are creating a new type of human being, one who is grounded in the earth like a jharba, but whose head is in the stars like a Buddha. A human who is 100% biological and 100% spiritual. There is no conflict between the two. The conflict only exists in the unreset brain. In the reset brain, the body and soul are two sides of the same coin. As you move back into your activities, carry this internal silence with you. When someone shouts at you, don't react with your old nerves. Breathe into your hara. Remember the stop. Witness the anger arising in the other person, but don't let it hook your system. You are a reset being. You are no longer a reaction machine. You are a responsive consciousness. This is the greatest power you can have. The power to stay you in the middle of them. The power to stay silent in the middle of noise. The power to stay alive in the middle of dead patterns. I see you there, smiling. Your face looks different than it did at the beginning of this video. The mask has slipped. The reset is visible in your eyes. This is the reward. This is the benediction. Don't let the world take it away from you. Guard your 60 minutes. Make it your sacred space. Whether you use our ebooks to guide your practice or return to this video again and again, keep the fire burning. The world needs your light. It needs your reset brain. It needs your silent heart. And remember, every time you use the super thanks, or join as a member, or simply subscribe, you are helping to build a world where meditation is as natural as breathing. You are helping to heal the collective nervous system of humanity. My beloved ones, the journey is infinite. There is no final destination because life is a continuous flowering. But for today, for this hour, the reset is complete. You are home. You are silent. You are whole. Go now and be a blessing to the world. Let your very presence be a brain reset for everyone you meet. Let your silence be contagious. Let your joy be a revolution. I am with you in the silence, in the dance, in the who, and in the stop. We are together in this ocean of consciousness. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate.